Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
executed. Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full duck power! A mischief maker visited. Hit 'em hard! It's a sunny day. Let's cool off. Voila! Let's have a fun spring outing.
Excuse me.
Fucking stinks.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full duck power! A mischief maker visited. Hit 'em hard! It's a sunny day. Let's cool off. Voila! Let's have a fun spring outing.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wildcard King Series Spring Season 2025. You join us here at day 2. But before anything, I'm your caster, Moman, and join with me is Dak. How are you feeling today, brother?
Oh man, it's gonna be... I'm probably excited for today because honestly, these games are gonna be insane. Yesterday, we already had a lot of games that were 2-0. So this time, it's gonna be a different story because we have a lot of different teams and a lot of different matchups for today.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, this is the Wildcard King series where the winner will get the shot to KWC. They get a ticket to the group stages of KWC and represent their country on an international level as well. And this is all in preparation for EWC and KWC as well. So those teams are not just playing for the prize pool, which is 20,000 US dollars, but also a shot at international glory here today.
Yeah, they really want to go for KWC. It is a one slot that we're going to be getting here for the WKS. But again, it is going to be a very different matchup that they're going to be fighting there. So they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to get that #1 spot here in the WKS. So this is going to be an interesting journey here for our teams.
And for those of you that have just joined us, this is the regular season. So it is still best of 3's round robin. It will follow that global band pick format. So it is going to be global band pick, but 15 heroes max, right, Dash? 15
Yeah.
heroes max. So maximum, like, they just play like 3 heroes each.
Yeah, that is true. And again, this is going to be very different from like the normal best of 5s that you see from other regions and even the best of 7s. A best of 3, you can still go for that anything. You can go for anything basically. So if you use one for the first game, you can use it, or you can use a different set of heroes for game number 2. So global band pick, it's still going to be okay here for the team. So whoever is going to be dominating, they can really show up here in the regular season. I mean, some of them already came from the qualifiers like Fearless Esports and Pause Gaming that we saw yesterday. So you know how strong those guys are already.
Yeah, and they are sweeping the ladder right now, 2-0 each on their belts. And definitely Fearless Esports Hong Kong, one of the top contenders to watch out for. Pro Esports will be matched up against them today. They went up against Pause Gaming yesterday, didn't really do too well, but Pro Esports, now is the time for redemption, right? Can you take your strategies against the top dog? But for those of you that are watching as well, of course, this is not just about the games. There will be freebies for you guys. So during the games, there'll be a code flashing in the bottom of the screen. All you have to do is go to your menu in the game, open up Honor of Kings. On the bottom left, there's a menu. You click on Community. You will see a perk center, and inside the perk center, you will have a CD key page. Click on CD key, enter the key, and then you get epic skins.
Yeah, you know what? That's a lot of steps, but you can get the skins. You can ready it before we start the games. So at least you're just going to be punching in the codes so you get there first. But again, everybody, look at the audience prediction right down there. 80% on Pro Esports, and Fearless Esports will be on the 20% here. Honestly, very interesting prediction that we have here because remember, Pause won against Pro Esports from yesterday, and Fearless Esports during the qualifiers defeated them. So this is a stronger team than Pause Gaming. So I just don't know, but maybe they're cooking here in the audience right now.
Yeah, definitely. From the side of Pro Esports, right? Cambodian representatives, we have Liang on that Clash lane, flying Ace in the jungle lanes on the mid row. Sakura will be on the farm lane, and Micha, previously from See You Soon, will be the roam from Pro Esports.
Oh, this is going to be the team that will be fighting against Fearless Esports. Very well-known team. We've seen them already compete internationally, but Pro Esports, it's going to be a big step for them. If they win against a team like Fearless Esports, they have a lot of things going for them here in the tournament. So I'm really expecting a lot. Maybe yesterday it was just they just had the jitters. First game jitters, first match jitters. So maybe this time around they will be able to turn things around, get the gears going, and be able to win against this team, Fearless Esports HK.
Yeah, Fearless Esports Hong Kong. I mean, they are just crazy dominating right now with Fable on the Clash lane, Sky the monster in the jungle. You gotta watch out for his Luna, man, and Yin on that mage role. KK, this guy is absolute cinema. You guys gotta watch out for this mechanical genius of a farm laner, and Woodwind filling in on that roam role. He will be having this team's backs.
Yeah, Woodwind personally, I wanted to play Liang because I saw it before from Woodwind, and that's why I really play a lot of Liangs recently. But again, this team, before this version of this team, we have seen Fable already on this side. But let's take a look at their KDA. 390 for Liang, 339 for Fable, and the GPM is just higher for Fable here. And it's also because of the fact that they all just had one game recently. So this does not tell the full story of how good Pro Esports is.
Yeah, this is a small sample size after all. We have just been through day one. We're still very early on in the regular season. So both teams are still trying to establish what the meta is, what kind of play style you want to play against various teams, and are feeling each other out. And if you look at the kill per game and the damage, you can see that Fable is really sticking ahead. But because Fable, yesterday, he had a great game, right? The setups were so good. The damage was coming through from the Clash lane. Meanwhile, Liang, he was kind of suffering a little bit because his net worth was just way down.
Oh yeah, that is really true. Honestly, he was playing Dharma and the Sun Tzu from yesterday, so it's very much expected. Especially if you play those types of heroes, you're definitely gonna get a lot of kill participation, and that's why we've seen a lot of that from Fable from yesterday's games. And honestly, this is still the first week, so there's still a chance for the other teams here to maybe turn things around, maybe change the gears here up for a bit. But Pro Esports, this is another uphill battle, but they can definitely try.
Yeah, and yesterday I was doing the math, right? I was doing the math. In the entire regular season, there's 28 best of threes. But if you look at the banter about the players here, oh my god, things are spicy, man. I didn't come to play games. I came to end you from Flying Ace, man.
The most professional thing about your team is just the name. Oh man, that feels... oh man, that hurts. That hurts me so much. Oh no. I mean, I want this to happen and like we see a video, they play a video of them saying that exactly, and I'm gonna be like, whoa, give us more, man, give us more. But again, if this were the players for real, yeah, I love the banters. I love the banters from these players.
Yeah, spicy content coming out from both teams at this point. They have a lot of things to say to each other, but of course, their skills will be tested in the Gorge itself. The banning and drafting is very important, but of course, we have to acknowledge the stakes at hand as well. And for the regular season, I mean, only 6 teams will make it to the playoff stage, right? And even in the playoff stage, you want to secure top 1 and top 2 seeds to secure yourself in the upper brackets. If you're the next 4, you still have to go through the play-in stage. And for the bottom 2, sadly, you will be relegated from the league.
Yeah, so the goal is not to get eliminated, right? So the minimum for you to not get eliminated is to win 4 games. Or rather, 4 series. You need to win 4 series in order for you to be safe and to stay at the 5th and 6th place. So you have to be very, very safe. Right now, if you lose, it's okay. You still have 6 more games that incoming. But again, here we go. Global ban and pick, and we're going to be starting.
Yeah, and for Fearless Esports Hong Kong yesterday, we can see that they like to start off really strong. So I'm expecting a strong ban as well. They're probably taking out the likes of an Arlie, something along the lines of a Dharma, similar to what they banned out yesterday, because these are heroes that probably they don't want to deal with the players of Pro Esports right now, but they take out the Luna instead. They don't want the Luna on the side of Pro Esports.
Oh yeah, that is very interesting that they went in and banned that for themselves, because remember, they're the first pick. They can, honestly, it's not a very good first pick. If you first pick Luna, you're gonna get countered for sure. So they're just gonna be playing it safe, not giving any chances for Flying Ace to fly around the map. But the idea, usually a ban for most teams just because she's really good at almost anything.
Yeah, Diadea is pretty versatile pick as well, right? You can combo it with a lot of the farm laners. You see the Lady Sun opening, and you can still go with the Diadea, or I'll leave with the Diadea as well. Pro Esports, if they're looking to do it right now, they can take out another combo. They can take out the Dolia, right? Potential sustainable pick coming out, but they don't want the burst damage. They go for Pei and Mai Shiranui. So Pro Esports, they might be going for a kind of a squishy heroes here.
I think they could go for Arlie here for Fearless. Arlie's open. They could go for the first pick here, win the first game, because most likely you want to win the first game with that. But they went in for Fable. Remember, he was in the head-to-head for a reason, and they want that playmaking capability with that Dharma. So having that, they have already a setup that they can go for, so that's a good execution already.
Yeah, and Pro Esports, they just snap pick up the Arlie. Whether they go with the combo, they go with the Byron instead. They could have went with the Dachao combo as well. Of course, it's a bit weak on the aggressive side, but when it comes to that late game skirmish, right, with the Sea of Fate, the Whirlpool, that's still a possibility for them if Fearless Esports, they don't pick up the Dachao here. If they don't deny it, then definitely Pro Esports might be looking to pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, just looking for those safe picks. But again, Fearless Esports going in for that Shoyu on the second pick, because usually I don't see this. Second pick on the Shoyu, because usually you do this whenever you have no more choices. But I remember during the last time that I've seen Fearless Esports, they were confident in the Shoyu pick for KK. They were fighting against Pause Gaming during the qualifiers, and Shoyu was their winning farm laner.
Yeah, so you're really good at dealing damage from afar, right? When it goes to the late game, it's extremely good at peeling as well. It just opens up the fight very beautifully. And for Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they got the combo of the Yixing and the board with the Truth Mantra. That's a lot of control coming in. So team fights really hard. Pro Esports going for the Lian Po pick here. I don't really like this, but honestly, against a Dharma, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, and also against the Yixing, so I think it's okay if ever they want to counter it in some way, so that if ever they get inside the board, nobody could still go in for them. So that's still good. Banning the Zhongfei, very smart, just so they don't have the equal grounds here for having two hard supports on the game. So this is good. Fearless Esports still are waiting for their jungler pick, so that's why they're also banning the Assassins here for the side of Pro Esports.
Yeah, Fearless Esports, right? Yesterday they were playing, and I felt that they don't really like to go for these tanky junglers. They like to have a show, right? They're very guerrilla playstyle heavy. So batting out the Jing, I can see it. Yeah, that's a very good ban as well. You don't want Sky on the Jing. The Luna is gone from the map. So definitely, maybe he can go for something along the lines of a Kaiser who fulfills both roles, or they can go with a similar pick, the Hansen again for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. They can go for that similar guerrilla playstyle.
Yeah, they can go for that. I think Fearless Esports is already preparing for that Hansen for their side. Pro Esports, what are they thinking here? Because they already have a lot of setups that could work for that Arlie. They need somebody in the mid lane that could maybe push away. Maybe a Princess Frost could be good here, so that they can push away the setups here from the Dharma and even the Yixing. So Princess Frost could be a very nice pick, but are they going to pick it? I think the second best thing, Lady Zhen is going to be a second best pick here.
Yeah, Lady Zhen actually does very well without the setup, right? She's more of a solo setup herself. She controls zones very well. If you don't have the ability to take the 1-2 combo, Princess Frost actually really shines with the Liang. So no Liang, I mean, definitely not the combo there. But for Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they surprise us, right? They're going with that Menki pick together with the Mozi. This is the debut coming out for Fearless Esports Hong Kong in the entire league. So the Mozi with those blasts, he has a lot of range setup. So Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they're going for a similar game style, but now with a bit more committal, right? The Dream Roam, there's a lot of committal there.
Yeah, they only have to play very, very far away here. I think the only reason why they picked up the Menki is to have somebody to go in to get it with that Dharma. But the setups already from that Cannon Blast to the World is My Board is already so good here, because it's going to be a hard time here for the Lian Po. Even for the Lamb. The Lamb is going to have a hard time here in this game, because he's not going to be able to go in pretty well.
Yeah, and the thing about the Lam pick is that Lam is very paper, right? When you get caught by any semblance of control, you get burst down very easily. So for Fearless Esports, they have a lot of poke damage, And if they get a semblance of farm going, that advantage is going to translate very well in the battlefield. Meanwhile, for Pro Esports, their poke damage, sure, they have the early, but a lot of it comes from the team fight. Lianpo, Byron, Lady Zhen, and Lam. These are really dependent on either pickoffs or getting the kill first. If they don't get the kill first, they suddenly find themselves behind.
Yeah, the only challenge here for their side, though, for Pro Esports is who's going to clean up. They don't really have really good semblance of a burst on their team. They have a lot of DPS from their damage, but not really a lot of burst to finish off the kills, so that might be a problem that they would be leading to. But again, everyone, we're starting for Game 1, Fearless Esports versus Pro Esports, and Game 1 is underway.
Yeah, definitely both teams still trying to find their mark in the regular season here. And early on, you already see a lane swap, putting the Arlie in top lane versus Fable, trying to get a semblance of farm, already making use of the trampolines, the launch pads, the bounty launches, that whatever you call it, right? Early recall back into the lane. And these teams have been using this mechanics extremely well, especially for the lane swaps.
Yeah, and especially for this part of the game, right? The first kills are going to be way less punishing compared to before because the launch pads are just going to get you there really fast. Panel Blast with a Wild Wind, it's just going to be a poke battle here in the bot side.
Yeah, and Fearless Esports Hong Kong is the team that reached WKS Spring 2025 as the champion of the WKS 2025 qualifier tournament. So this is just saying that they are qualified through fighting, right? They brawled their way in here. They willed their existence and they're ready to fight as well. Pro Esports today looking very different. Their rotations are on point. They are looking to invade the enemy jungle, but FEHK, Fearless Esports, they always answer with the defense. So Mozi really good with the vision game as well.
Yeah, Pro Esports is one of the well-known esports teams in Cambodia, aiming to dominate the scene with strong coordination, talent, and regional competitive spirit. We've seen them yesterday, and I really hope that they will be able to put their best foot forward for this game this time around for Pro Esports. So this is going to be the redemption game, and it's against a very big juggernaut like Fearless Esports.
Yeah, Fearless Esports, even though they are a qualifier team, they have shown that they have the mechanics to dominate teams that have been in the league for a while. They have the experience, and looking at the players that they actually have a lot of experience across the board, right? They played internationally, they've been in multiple skirmishes, but already early skirmish.
Going for the fight though, pops a passive, that's going to be the first blood coming into their side. They are going to get the Wild Wind though, that's good. KK was able to get a 1-for-1.
Yeah, KK getting that trade, very important coming out from Fearless Esports. Fearless, at this point, they are trying to scale towards the late game. They have that Shouyue. On the other hand, Pro Esports have that early. So, but it's much more important for Fearless Esports to reach those late game stages, because for Yin, those damage really doesn't come through until he goes into more farm. And Yixing going down there, I mean, it's not too big of a deal because he's not going to deal a lot of damage at this point in the game.
And he's not going to be getting a lot of resources too if ever they want Yin to just give all the resources to Sky here onto the mid lane. So it's most likely okay for the team that they're going to be giving his life for most of the fights. And from what I'm seeing, level 7 on both of our junglers, this is already good. They're just giving them the mid lane, they're giving them resources so that when we go to that Tyrant battle, they're at level 8 and probably their best form at that point.
Yeah, and at this 4-minute mark, right, you're going to see both teams trying to get the early skirmish, trying to get an early advantage before the Tyrant spawns. A lot of them posturing around. If you take a look at Flying Ace's position, it's providing vision towards this middle bush, but there might be hints of an engagement. Dream Realm is available.
Yep, Sky was able to go for the Dream Realm. Bit of a damage, but Woodwind caught somebody here. Caught in the net, but it's not going to be dealing a lot of damage against Richa. He's very, very tanky at this point in the game, but because Lengths is going to be backing off of the fight, this is going to be an easy take for the side of Fearless Esports. They're still not done though. They still have the launch pad on their side. Half HP onto the members right here of Pro Esports. They're going to be running in, get some damage. They got on the board, but they still got the Tyrant in the end. They're just super low HP. Gets the knockup right here from Sky, and that's going to be 4 kills on the board right now for Fearless Esports.
That's just bad news bears for Pro Esports. They lost a Tyrant right there, and their lineup is completely disjointed because currently right now they are relying on those pickoffs, right? And the fact of the matter is, if Lam does not get those pickoffs, his jungle resources are gonna snowball, and they're gonna start losing these jungle resources. But speaking of resources, you can get your skin here. Look at the gift code.
Knock up onto the top side, though. Liang is gonna get chased. One more knock up to the wall, and he's dead. And while I'm saying that, guys, get the gift code. And this time onto the bot side, they are just denying all the resources from Flying Ace. One mistake, and they already are at a 3k gold lead.
Yeah, 3,000 at 5 minutes into the game. That's bad news for Pro Esports, right? With the LAM, they're expecting to get a lead, get a pickoff. In the later stages, yes, you can one-shot people, you have the ultimate displace them as well, but the scary thing about Pro Esports is their lack of frontline is evidently showing right now. Micha is not enough as a Lianpo to actually frontline this because Woodwind is dealing so much with his setups.
Yeah, the setups right here. Oh, that's a good death from below. Got the knockout from the Dream Roaming. They're gonna be chased down, but they're under the turret, so most of the members of Fearless Esports from the back. Fable gonna try something, but he was only able to get the kill on one. Wild Wind from nowhere was able to get the hit, and that's why they got a 3-for-1 in the end there.
Yeah, and a great setup. Using the board with the Dharma. Very insane. Coming out from Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Despite the turret being up, they set their sights on the heroes first. Then they go for the turret. Very layered team fight coming in from Fearless Esports.
Yeah, this is why it's very scary to fight against Fearless. One mistake and they're just gonna be taking more. Look at that. A while ago, they were under the turret and they didn't care. Once they were inside the board, Fable went in. Didn't have the care in the world. If he dies, it's okay. It's for the cause.
Yeah, itemization's coming through as well. Already, KK is 1,000 gold ahead, right? That's where you want to be as the Shouyue. But as Pro Esports, you're going to get poked down for days because he has 2 items already, Eternal Blade and Shadow Ripper.
Yeah, waiting for the flash though. They're going to be knocking out the backline. They got the kill already. They're going to be starting for more. They're going to go for the chase down, but they're so far away, so they're not going to go for that kill. Right now, they're looking to go and push the bottom lane tower, and they might be able to do so. The knockup comes in, but Pro Esports are not going to let this happen. Look at the damage coming in from KK, almost getting the kill. One more Wild Wind. May be able to get the kill in lengths, but not going to happen just yet.
Yeah, and for Pro Esports, right? How are they going to try to come back into the game? Because they have to find the pickoffs, right? And the fact of the matter is, they still have to take out KK. He's the main source of damage so far. But Fearless Esports, they've been doing a great job of the vision game, keeping the vision game up with Woodwind. Even though he is not present in front, his cannon blasts have been great at scouting out a potential catch, potential flank coming out from Pro Esports. And that has kept KK safe the entire time.
Yeah, what's also hard about this is that Leon can't even go to the backlines. Most of the time, whenever you're playing a Byron, you want to get away, or rather get to the backlines in a way for you to start the fights yourself. Because Mitra is not going to start the fights pretty effectively. The Tremor Smash is a bit slow compared to a Zhongfei, for example, that with the Unbridled Outburst, just one button. But the Tremor Smash goes in waves, which is why they can't really go for the initiation effectively.
Oh, they're grouping up here. They do want this turret as much as possible. They do have the lane priority to do it, and they're trying to force their roll
goes in for the flash. What a good truth mantra coming in for their side, though. Fable is going to be dying here for the cause. That's good. They already got 2 kills anyway. The World of Spy board was able to get 3 people on the board with a take inside the box. 2 boxes in front of them. They had to flash in order for them to get those kills, and he's not going to stop. They want the ace. Fearless Esports wants the finish. 8 minutes, and this game is already over.
Congratulations to Fearless Esports for getting that first step in. 1-0 already. They put themselves at match point. It is a best of 3, so you are going to see these kind of blitzes a lot from Fearless Esports.
You know what? Even though that game was a complete stomp from Fearless Esports, the plays that they've been doing in this game were crazy. The Wild Winds hitting from so far away. The start of the fights that Fable always sets up for the team. This game is just Fearless Esports flexing on us.
Yeah, and they show that Shoyue is not just a late game hero, right? Given
For
the correct
sure.
snowball, given the correct setups, you can deal damage from a very far distance. And this is what I see in KPL as well, where Shoyue, he's not just that late game powerhouse. If let's say you get an advantage, you get a lead, the damage scaling coming through actually secures you the early, mid, and late stages of the game.
Oh yeah, and that's why that is what they want to do, accelerate KK as much as he could, and when you do, you might be able to accelerate him. Not gonna need to go to the mid game at this point. Once he gets the Daybreaker this early in the game, game's already over at that point.
Yeah, and the itemization timings, right? If you take a look at that, that's 8 minutes and 45 seconds of the game. He has a
Yeah.
Daybreaker, Shadow Ripper, Eternity Blade. You
It was
compare
so
that
bad.
to Sakura, right? The person who's trying to out-damage him, that Doomsday and Shadow Ripper is not enough. There's not enough damage coming through. And that's just very good itemization timings, power spike timings, and knowing when to strike. When that key item is up, it is go time for Fearless Esports.
Yeah, and they were not even afraid though. I mean, what you want to do whenever you're picking up a lamb on your team is to get the snowball. Once you get the snowball, everything's gonna go flying pretty well here for the team. But because Lamb for Flying Ace wasn't able to do that, and also when they already have a lot of setups from the side of Fearless, there's not really a good place for the Lamb pick in this composition, because you really need somebody to start the fight for you so that you can pull them in. And they didn't have that for Pro Esports.
Yeah, I see what Pro Esports were trying to do, right? They were going with the Pay Byron combo, and then since Pay was not available, they banned it out themselves. They were like, okay, maybe we substitute the Pay with a Lam, but it does not fulfill those same conditions, right?
Oh,
The
yeah.
Lam itself, he's not similar to the Pay, to the fact where he just doesn't have that range. Similar to a Lam, yes, but Lam needs to be really up close, and so does Byron. So there's not a 1-2 piece coming from them.
That's true. He's not as strong as a Pei in the early game. Pei is just a monster in the early game. Has the best wave clear, can just invade everybody, and that's why they weren't able to tick all those boxes that what they wanted to do with the Pei, or rather with the side of Fearless Esports, and that's why they were able to do it. But again, there's still a chance here for Pro Esports. It was just one game, so this time look at that. The graph was just going upwards trend for Fearless Esports.
Yeah, given that first blood away, Fearless Esports, they weren't even scared. And even after Yixing, just gave away the first blood, this is why this man Yin is so scary on the Yixing. On the Yixing, he's the highest damage in the team, 56,000 damage, right? And
Yeah.
that's not really common from Yixing, because Yixing, you don't really think of him as a damage hero. He's not a damage healer. His lane clear is not that good. Turning Tides, yes, it does a lot of damage, but his ultimate is really about setting up the board. And he sets up the board and still does damage. How does he do it, man?
Oh yeah, that is true. I mean, especially if you have Massive Agony, that would be possible. But again, it's a niche thing, and you don't really need a lot of resources. Once you set it up, get the AoEs in, that's where you're gonna get the damage. But the smartest thing about what they did here, I think most of the boards that we've seen here, Moman, was like a 3-man, a 4-man board. So that was the craziest thing that Yen did. But KK, you know what? He got the third item in 8 minutes. It's crazy, but it worked in this game. 6-0 and 5, 24% damage dealt, 14% damage taken, and 25% total gold for the MVP.
Yeah, and he was able to capitalize off of every single team fight. The fact of the matter is, it's still a team fight lineup, right? Be a guerrilla team fight, they are doing it extremely well. They're taking these long-range team fights, and KK, he just shines. He has never missed one of his shots as well. He always landing on a crucial target, even in that first fight when we thought that they were going to get away scot-free. KK answered with that trade, and he was getting that net worth advantage.
Oh man, that was crazy that he was able to hit a very crucial shot just to get the 1-for-1 trade. And this is what I like about Fearless Esports. Once they see an advantage, they're just going to be taking them as much as they could. And one mistake would be leading you to that loss most of the time, which is why it's really hard to fight against a team like Fearless Esports. And let's take a look at the highlights. This is what Moman was talking about a while ago. We thought they got away with it already, but that shot from KK just got them the 1-for-1.
Yeah, and all because of the setup coming from Yin. You mentioned that the board always get catching 2 or 3. And another thing I want to mention too is that the board is never wasted, right? Looking at the board right now, the entire team collapses on the fact of the matter that they can't run away. Once the board is set up, they know they can't run away. And Fearless Esports, they just utilize it so well. Once again, in that mid lane, he's going to set up the board, and you can see rotations from Fable already committing the flash, committing the truth mantra as well, then just jumping, diving in. The level of committal there is so much towards his team.
Oh yeah, they were unable to breathe this game. Look at this. Every time that they were trying to find a fight, and even if they were trying to run away, Fearless Esports was just ready for them. And that's why they were not even given some space. They were not given a chance to get resources. At this point in the game, 8 minutes, and we already have like an 8k gold lead. Such a big difference here from both of our teams. And this is a crazy play from Woodwind. It was just unfortunate that nobody was there to see it.
Yeah, and the board has unlocked so many synergies, right? It's unlocking so many synergies. It's like when you play video games, you're always looking for like secrets in the game. And I feel like Fearless Esports, they unlocked a secret combo. Like, oh, secret combo is now Shou Yue is actually really good with Yi Xing because the board keeps them there. And then KK just gets free pot shots, just shooting from a distance.
Oh yeah, and they were getting a lot of kills here in this game. And that's why there's a really big priority for that Yi Xing. It's because of how strong he really is and how much he makes everything easier for the team. And that's what happens whenever you have an Yi Xing on your team. You always have a setup. It's easy to do. And that's why most of the fights can even be fought on a big range. And that's why it's so good.
And of course, the first draft is over. First game is over. They pick these heroes below, so they are going with the global ban pick format. They will not be able to pick these heroes again. So KK Shou Yue and Yin's Yi Xing, they don't have to worry about that. Meanwhile, for the other team, for Pro Esports, if they want to implement similar strategies, they can learn and they can actually use it if they are experienced enough.
Oh yeah, that is true. They can make sure that they will be able to do this setup again for the team, or maybe they could try to take the Yi Xing for themselves and do it themselves. So maybe that is possible here for the side of Pro Esports, but most of the time it's not really gonna happen that they're gonna be doing it as effectively. But you know what? Pro Esports could still win this. Maybe they will be able to do it themselves. Maybe it's possible for them to do that. They will be able to take this lineup.
Yeah, and I never underestimate pro players, right? At this point, really, it's a lot about versatility. Since you're going into global ban pick, if you're going to be a competitive player in Honor of Kings, you need to have a very versatile pool of heroes. We're talking like global best of 7s, best of 9s, and these really tests your hero pool. So if you're going to go the long run, you're going to go to international, it better be to a team that has that versatility in their hero pool. And for Fearless Esports, sure, they might not have shown much, but I feel that they have a lot left in their pockets. And I'm hoping Pro Esports does.
Oh yeah, I hope that Pro Esports would be able to turn the tides around here for the team. But again, it's going to be just 2 minutes of break for them, and they would need to face Fearless Esports again this time around. So this is going to be much of a challenge for the team. So it's still possible, but Fearless Esports already has won against them. So they need to win 2 for the next one.
Yeah, so it has to be a reverse sweep, right? Early to say, 8-minute 45 game, but still, it has to be a reverse sweep coming out for Pro Esports. And Pro Esports currently, yes, they were playing a lot better than yesterday versus Pause Gaming, but that a lot better is still not enough against Fearless Esports. They have to be clinical, they have to be precise, because Fearless Esports, they are a team that punish mistakes really hard. If you're slightly ever so out of position, the board is going to come out and lock you down. So Fearless Esports, they've shown a lot of versatility. Now, global ban pick, draft number 2, we're underway.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at this next draft. Pro Esports versus Fearless. Pro Esports, they need to get their best composition going here if they don't want to get another loss against another team here. Fearless Esports, they would be able to do it again. If ever the pay came out this game, it could have been very destructive because honestly, Pei is just one of the best when it comes to snowballing the games, especially. And that's why it's hard whenever you know that you have an advantage.
Yeah, and pro esports, the thing that I'm very scared about is that they ban out the Pei. Do they ban out the Luna? Do they ban out the Jing? Now that they ban out the Luna, Sky is very good on Luna and Jing and Pei. So he's like extremely versatile on these heroes. So now, Fearless Esports, they have that Jing option available. So pro esports, they can either choose to snap pick it up to deny it away from Sky or let him run it. Or try and counter it out, right? Something run along the lines of a Liang and Princess Frost, something to actually CC him down.
Oh yeah, maybe they're looking here for another assassin here for Fearless Esports. They could go for an assassin. I mean, the Menke a while ago wasn't an assassin, but Pro Esports, what are they thinking here? They banned the Pei, they banned the Luna, they won't be able to pick it up for themselves. Arlie's not available anymore. So what are they going to be prioritizing here for the team? A Zhongfei could be good if they want an easy first pick that is not really going to get countered a lot, but Dharma for the first pick, they're doing the same thing as what Fearless Esports did last game.
Dharma Ising on the board for Pro Esports. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking as well. But Fearless Esports, right? They can go for different strategies. We saw the Sun Tzu out of Fable already yesterday, and he played it in such a guerrilla fight style where the set sail was never used to set up a team fight. It was always for distractive purposes. But now with the Direnjie, it feels like they want to be more of an honest team fight because Direnjie, you do shine in guerrilla team fights as well, but it's more of a sustained damage factor. You can go for the Direnjie into Diadea, you can go for the Direnjie into the Dolia as well. Pro Esports, meanwhile, they already have the Truth Mantra.
Yeah. And with that on their side, they already have good setups here for the side of Fearless Esports. They have some stuns, and as you were saying, an Yixing is already coming out in this game. What is next? Okay, they went in for the Dun. I mean, it's okay. I'm okay with a Dun. They could go for a Dolia here for their last pick or for the side of Pro Esports, but Fearless Esports, will they be able to smell it?
Yeah, I mean, Fearless Esports, they've been known to play around these kind of tank junglers. Dun is a very strong tank jungler, right? Unruly Blade, very good mobility as well. But Fearless Esports, I mean, when faced with this kind of situation, they choose not to fight. Yeah, they choose not to fight. They go for the lane clear. They go for the lane clear. They go for damage, and they're going to just poke in and out. And that's what the Zia is for.
What they need to do here for Pro Esports, ban the Ogren. They have to ban the Ogren. And now, because if ever they don't ban the Ogren, they're going to be picking it for the side of Fearless Esports. This combo has been done a lot of times already. If they have the Zia on their side, they're going to be doing that combo. And with the Direnjie together with the Sun Tzu, they will be doing that composition. So they have to be careful here.
Yeah, or they did ban out the Marco Polo. Pro Esports actually saw this coming. I was gonna say, spicy take. They aren't gonna play the Ogren, they're gonna play the Jing. They're gonna play an assassin jungle, and then they're gonna do the same macro plays. Where Fearless Esports yesterday, they were able to drag members just across from cross lane pressures alone. Sun Tzu plays across the map, Jing plays on the other side, and suddenly your two lanes are getting pressured and you can't take a team fight, and they just collapse on you when you're trying to deal with your lane pressure. Fearless Esports, they have adopted different kind of play styles to deal with that tank jungle. So I'm looking forward to what Pro Esports have done their homework on.
Oh yeah, what are they gonna do here? That's a good question. Fearless Esports, they are just really banning out all the marksman options that they could have here for the side of Pro. I do think the only one that they have is to show you it from the last game for Pro. They could pick that up. Maybe that could work for their team. But this time, Fearless Esports, because of that, what are they going to be picking? Because the last game they had with Pause Gaming, they went in for the Ogren. But if they want an assassin, a Hansin is still possible here.
Yeah, Hansen's still possible, but they open up with the Zhangfei as well. And with that Zhangfei pick, it's very versatile, right? You can go with the Smite, with the Unbridled Outburst, there's a lot of Disrupt as well. Pro Esports right now, they still have that farm laner option yet to be fulfilled. If they want to go, they have the Long Marco Polo and Lady Sun ban. What do they pick up here? A Hou Yi, a Concert Yi, a Garo, something along the lines of that. But definitely if they're going with a tier S pick, they have to pick the Dolia first, which they do pick up.
What is next?
Farm lane.
what farm lane are they gonna pick? They don't really have a lot of choices anymore. The Juliet is probably the last one that they're gonna have here for pro esports. Maybe what else can they go for? Actually, okay, they're gonna go. Yeah, they're just gonna be going for that. I mean, the first 3 picks are already solid for pro esports. They just need somebody to get to that late game so that if ever the game reaches the lengths, Shoyue is gonna be there to be of help when it comes to the damage department.
Okay, if my thought process is right, Fearless Esports are not going to go with a tank jungler. They're not going to go with the Ogren. They're not going to go with something along the lines of a tank jungle. They're going to go with the assassin for Sky. They're going to bring something
damage,
out like a Hansen. Yeah, they're going to bring damage, definitely. They need burst damage right now.
Yeah, they need damage on this composite.
Oh!
The Ogre was right. Okay, the Ogre was right. Okay. So I can definitely tell why they did this. I mean, it's because of the Zia together with the Jet. If they need somebody to have somebody to traverse them from early to mid game, the Ogre and the Jet together with the Sun Tzu is already good. And having the Ogre is, they want to get the snowball here as fast as they could. They want to give the Zia the level to level 17, level 15 as fast as they could, get the Ogren to that level 15, and play out of a snowball. If you played the last game out of a snowball anyway, might as well make it faster in this game number 2.
Yeah, so the early game rotation is very important here, but right now, we're entering the Gorge.
Game number 2, this is going to be really tough. But right now, I think it's going to be tough for Fable. Because he's going to be fighting against 2 people, and he was not ready for it. And he had to flash away, and that's a big utility spent already.
Yeah, first 2 minutes, right? 120-second cooldown. He won't have that.
Okay, look at this. Very fast. Gonna go for the invade. 4 people right out of this invade. But what they don't know is that they already know that this is happening. They might be able to get the knock up here for the team. Fable doesn't have any flashes anymore, so he has to run away. Formlessness was there, but they were not able to steal it. And that's sad, because Woodwind got the smite, and their jungle is getting stolen.
Yeah, there's a lot of resources being taken away for pro esports right now. They just lost 3 camps in succession. And this is what you were saying, right? That snowball effect. Sky is suddenly over leveled right now. He's so close to level 4. He's gonna have the Conductor of Souls really soon.
Crazy. Level 4 in this guy, once he go to the next camp, that's level 4. Flying Ace would see that he doesn't have any of his camps anymore in KK, would also want to take his Firehawk here on the other side. So, oh man, they need to give a lot of resources now for Flying Ace because he didn't get anything from the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and speaking of the bottom side, take a look at the bottom of the screen. There is a gift code with that epic skin chance, right? You might get an epic skin. So go to your community, click that menu on the bottom left of your Honor of Kings app, and then open it up. Go to CD key and key in this code. You will get a freebie. Just do it, guys. Just do it.
Yeah, if you're hearing this right now, you're probably late. Somebody already took it. So next time, get your Honor of Kings game ready. Get it ready. Click the city key already, then just wait for it while watching this game for today. Right now, already close to level 4 onto Winwood. They're going to be going for the chase. Might be able to go for that kill. Knockup's not going to work, and the board was not able to hit, but the Wind Slash was able to hit KK, and the knockup coming in for that taking liberties would get them the first blood, but here comes the party. Fable is going to be here. Might be able to get the knockups, but not enough damage here for this two. Meechup could be the target, but they are not going to be finishing it. What a great truth coming in from Lee Young, and that's 2 kills for the side of Pro Esports.
And this is what I was worried about since they go with the Ogren pick. They're going for these honest team fights. And we saw in the previous game, right, how potent this combo of the board, of the Truth Mantra, with Wild Wind coming out from the side of the Shoyu as well, right? Sakura is going to be able to having a field day here, especially knowing when the members are. That board, even if you don't catch anyone, you kind of can use your powers of deduction to minus out the members away from the board, and you can aim at the other spaces. So that's what makes it so potent as a combo.
Yeah, and that's where the I Ching is just high value here for most of the teams here. most of the teams here in the WKS, they always prioritize picking up the Yixing for themselves because he's very good at just utilizing the space for the team and making sure, or at least pushing people away from a certain space. And that's what you want whenever you pick it. But right now, while all of this is happening, we have Sky, right now level 8, has the level advantage against Flying Ace, so they would have the priority here for the next objective.
Yeah, and this is why the net worth important, yes, but the level gap. Sky is already level 8, right? You saw Flying Ace, he just hit level 7 like just a second ago. And he has an unruly blade though, he's jumping in.
Remember, there's 2 smites here for their side, for the side of Fearless Esports, even inside the board, but they were able to steal it anyway. It doesn't matter. The knockup from the backside gets 2, and they're gonna finish off everybody here from the side of Fearless Esports. One came down running right out of their basket, and Liang could be that kill, but it's still a 3-for-0 coming in for Fearless.
Oh man, that launch pad usage by Liang nearly murdered him there at that point. But a great counterplay coming out from Fearless Esports despite having that tyrant buff.
Got the slow execution. Sky is just gonna get the kill on him. A bit too aggressive there from Liang.
Yeah, and it feels to me, right? They are trying to segment the fights as much as possible, and Fearless Esports, they've done a great job of that, making sure that Liang was not there for the full combo. They catch a hang of the timing.
Level 9 gets a knockup, Conductor of Souls gets the kill, and now they're going to be chasing down Flying Ace and Rudely Blades away so that he's going to be safe and sound. But Fearless Esports is just going to be punishing him by taking all his buffs.
Yeah, and Fearless Esports, they've been doing such a great job of splitting it up. Like making sure Pro Esports are not together as 5, where the Yixing is not able to combo with Sakura on Shoye. That's just a very bad look on the side of Pro Esports, because Fearless Esports, they're making them look bad because of the way that they're playing the map. If you look at what Fable's doing, he's applying pressure consistently on top lane. Liang can't be there to set up the team fights, and now they try to answer.
What a great truth. Unruly Blade. Will they get the stun here on the Fable? He has the ulto. He can set sail away from this, but the knockup's right there coming into their side, and here comes the party. They might be able to get the kill on Fable, but he was still alive. They got the hit on the Imperial Order, but was not able to finish. Never mind, they were able to get the last shot there, and the red buff ticking was able to get the kill.
Yeah, and the front line is so tanky right now. That 5,000 net worth gold advantage. Sky, I don't think he's gonna die here. He has that path of passing up, and he has the Conductor of Souls.
Bit of a mistake right there from the getaway. I think Sakura is gonna be dead here. Wrong direction, buddy. Oh no, Fearless Esports is just taking them down.
No, Pro Esports, you have such a good lineup, but they are fumbling at the slightest hint. And Fearless Esports, they're gonna take those mistakes in their stride. They're not gonna let it go. They are that cutthroat of a team. If you take a look at that again, right? That was just so easy for Sky, and he did have that flash on Sakura. Was not able to press it in time.
He didn't use it. No, he wasn't able to use it. He thought the getaway would be enough, but not enough. Again, a lot of the towers are already down here, Moment. It's 7k gold lead at 6 minutes into the game, 7 minutes into the game. And they are looking to maybe finish this as fast as possible here for the team. Fearless Esports looking to maybe get the fight here on the top side. But Pro Esports level 9, 3.3k gold on Flying Ace, and we have 6.1 for Sky.
Yeah, and this is not a total stomp, right, from Fearless Esports. They clawed through the mistakes, and they saw it.
Yeah. And they're going to be going for it. Bridal Outburst just pushes them back. But again, it's going to be a kill for their side. Topside tower is going to be down. They're still pretty much alive. They're going in. They got the damage. And they are going to go for the kills. Even with the flash, it's not going to matter. Because Fearless Esports would want to finish this game. And they got the tower. The Truth Banter is going to be taking them down. But no, not enough. Liang is also going to fall. And this tower in the mid lane is going to be next. They're looking for the crystal. They're looking for the finish. 11k gold lead. And 7 minutes, 54. Maybe at 8 minutes they finished this game, and they broke the record from that last game. They are looking to finish it, and they did it faster than game 1.
Congratulations on setting records, Fearless Esports. They show why they are the top contenders. 2-0 finish in record time. 15 minutes combined for both games. 16 minutes, right? 8 minutes.
Yep.
60 minutes combined for both games. That's the length of a normal game, right? And they just do it in 2. And they do it for 2. 2-0 already?
And they did it. They did it here in the WKS. That's the crazy thing here, Moment, because if you do it against strong teams, you're crazier than most of them, if that's the case. But Fearless Esports did it really well in this game. Pro Esports didn't stand a chance. I mean, they did well. They did all that they can in the early parts of the game, but Fearless Esports just knew how to capitalize on those moments that they make mistakes. And you shouldn't make mistakes like that against a team like them. Look at that, the record. Look at the records here. They just got 2 kills in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, and on the record, right, Pro Esports, they did make a lot of mistakes, but Fearless Esports, they forced them to make those mistakes, right? Fable did a great job of applying lane pressure cross-map, making sure that Liang couldn't join those team fights. That board was never able to be found because of those creeps consistently pushing in, and they always used their mobility spells to a point where Woodwind, he's the only one potentially in the board, and you don't want to catch a Zhang Fei, like a giant unbridled outburst Zhang Fei at that point. Tanky, he's tanky, so you can't kill him.
Yeah, but we've seen the efforts here, right? From Liang, the efforts of the Truth Manches hitting members right here of Fearless Esports, and especially the first kills that they got there. After that, there was nothing. Fearless Esports, oh, we made a mistake, we're not gonna do it again. They didn't. They didn't make that mistake again and not let Pro Esports get any more this game. They were not able to read this game.
Yeah, and for Fearless Esports, I would say they had the slightly weaker draft when compared to a team fight, because there's the board, there's a lot of control, there's a lot of sustain as well coming out from Pro Esports, right? If you take a look at their synergies, it's all very good. They work extremely well together. Meanwhile, for Fearless Esports, they do have to set sail, but it's a huge cooldown to use every single time. But every time Fable uses it, he found the value. And Sky, he was capitalizing that value made by Fable. That space made, Sky just went ham in the enemy's jungle, and now he punished the mistakes of Sakura multiple times, actually.
And Fable was the one who started the comeback. I mean, not really a comeback, but from the mistake right here, bro. Look at that. Look at the graph that we have here, everybody. It's just going in favor of Fearless Esports. There was not any resistance coming in from Pro. It was a 12k gold lead in the end. What was that? That's such a big gold lead. 12.6 or 12.2k gold lead at a very minimal amount of time at 8 minutes in the game. It's just so good. Fearless Esports is just such a good team.
Yeah, and this is Pro Esports trying to fight fire with fire, right? Fearless Esports, they used the same strategy, the Dharma, the Yixing, and the Shouyue in the previous game. Pro Esports is like, okay, I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna try it against you. And Fearless Esports is like, no. It's like, we're the poison master, you don't use poison against me. Because when you try to do that, Fearless Esports, they dissected the plays very well. Nobody got caught by the board. They were predicting where the Wild Wind shots were coming in from the side of the Shouyue. And Sky, the master of just capitalization, man. 30, 30, 25, 30% damage, 30% damage taken as well. And he had 1/4 of the total gold. Oh my god, this guy, dude.
Oh man, he was tanking a lot of shots here from the members right there of the other team, Pro Esports, because he didn't really need to care about the damage that they're going to be giving him, because they're under-leveled, they're under-geared, and they won't be dealing enough damage against him, which is why it's great that we're seeing here from the side of Sky. And he's also, most of the time, will always be the star of the show here for the team together with KK, because both of them have been performing really well even during the qualifiers. But again, this is a team that already had this experience. From the last time before Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3, this team was 3rd place for the wildcard qualifier, so they know what they're doing in this team.
Yeah, the level of outplays coming out, Fearless Esports, they really cement themselves as one of the top contenders right now. They are the team to watch. They are the team to beat. And it is already the qualifier team. They're only a qualifier team Oh
Yeah.
my God, these teams have been here a very long time. And if you take a look at the replay here, right, that said Sail being used to actually find that mark in the back line. And Fable, he's doing it again. He's trying to find the back line again. Yeah, it might go to Dun, but never mind. That set Sail is going to catch on too with the Conductor Soul's follow up. And with that, they actually cemented the lead, even though Pro Esports, they got the Tyrant there. Liang, with that launch pad, he nearly killed himself there. But once again, Sky is always either on Lynx or Sakura because they know that they are the main damage dealers.
Yeah, and that's why right now, Fearless Esports is just going to be a strong team. Every team needs to look at this team, Impunity and even Pause Gaming, because at least now for the wild card, they're probably the strongest teams that they have to deal with. And if ever they won't be able to defeat this 3, at least beat the other 5, so that you're secured to get like the third to 6th place at least.
Yeah, definitely. The other teams are on the board. They need to try and get wins against them, right?
Yeah.
Currently, if you take a look at the leaderboards, I think Pro Esports are -4 right now. And Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they are at 4 points. They are number 1, of course. They have played one more game than everyone else.
Yeah.
But still, those games are going to start adding up. And if you know, right, if you are a student of anything, those points really add up to your final scores for those of you university students out there.
You should be scared about that final grade though. So again, if you're failing some of the exams, I mean, some of the games, you would need to find a way to get wins somewhere else. Like the other teams that you think you could have an equal fight against, you need to win them. Or if you're going to be losing, at least get a 2-1 so that it's not going to hurt that much. So you need to calculate it, you need to think about it. But again, it's going to be hard here for Pro Esports that they lost against 2 teams. So they fought against 2 strong teams already. So it's okay. That's 2 down. And wait for Impunity Esports, then try to take down the others.
Yeah, Fearless Esports Hong Kong. I mean, what a show. They have cemented themselves as the top. But speaking of the top, right? Paradise Esports currently also one of the top few in the leaderboards as well. They have international experience, but they're going up against an international team. This is Impunity. Impunity, they have shifted their rosters, but their roster is still not weak. Their organization in general is still extremely strong, one of the household names, and currently they're looking to take the top dog position.
Oh yeah, and Impunity Esports winning, or rather getting qualified here for the last invitationals, was something that the organization has experience with. So if ever the other members right here of Impunity Esports haven't been replaced just yet, they have that experience. So that's why Impunity Esports is a team that they need to look at still, and Paradise Esports need to be very wary of what this team could do.
Yeah, and Paradise Esports, right? I mean, if you take a look at just the nationality of the team in general, they are the only team from Laos, so they are the only representation here, so they have a lot to prove, especially going up against one of the top dogs in the regular season. So if you take a look at WKS Spring, before this there was a lot of chit chats, right? People in my chat telling me that, yeah, Impunity is going to take everything. But now there are a lot of good contenders. Pause Gaming, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, Paradise Esports as well. I feel that they are a team to watch. So definitely Impunity, they might need to do a lot of homework, especially on the game from Paradise Esports yesterday.
Oh yeah, and they have to be very careful about it. But again, everybody, that was just our first match. We still have match 2, match number 3. But before that, we're going to be taking a short break. Don't go away. See you guys in just a bit.
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve! Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit 'em hard!
Excuse me.
Hugging steam. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit 'em hard!
Hello, guys, and welcome back to Wildcard King Series Spring Season 2025. But before anything, I'm your caster, Moman, and join with me today is Dash. How are you feeling after the break, bro?
Oh man, it's been great. I drank some tea after after the break, but this time it's gonna be a different story here for both of our teams because we were talking about this before the stream that we were talking about Impunity and their team. They've been a very strong team. They had a lot of experience, but Paradise Esports, they're not slackers. They also have experience, so this is gonna be a very close matchup for both of these.
Yeah, and I've been hearing great things about Impunity, Paradise Esports. They played yesterday as well. They did get a 2-0 win, so they are currently ahead in the leaderboards. But Impunity, this will be the first game that they are playing today in the round robins. So, of course, they're not lacking behind in terms of points, but they do need to secure an advantage. And early on is always good to get an advantage, especially in regular season.
Yeah, and also fighting against the top one of the regular, or rather the last wild cards, is going to be a hard battle. But yes, this team had a bit of a facelift, Impunity Esports, but Paradise Esports would have a chance here if they know how to pick or maybe ban the heroes really well against Impunity, because you've seen them. I mean, Impunity Gaming was on the last Invitational Season 3, so these people would probably know what they pick every time.
Yeah, Impunity, of course, I mean, totally different roster as well. Now representing that Burmese flag. I'm very proud of my country, my home country, my boys, man.
Hey,
but they will be going up against Paradise Esports.
Yeah, time to rep that country though. But again, look at that. Impunity Gaming, 90% to 10% on that audience prediction. The audience knows what's up.
Yeah, I voted as well.
Wait,
I'm just kidding.
I want to know, director, how do we vote for this so that we also have like our faces on the side, so maybe you know where we lean, because it's looking like I was leaning on Paradise Esports. No, I'm the 10% on that Paradise Esports side.
Yeah, Paradise Esports, they themselves are no slouches, right? They got their international experience as well. 919, Tom, yesterday performing extremely well on their respective roles. And of course, they do have a bit of international experience. But Impunity themselves, I mean, they're just going up against a huge organization, right? Right now, they do have a mixture of players from different nationalities, but of course, mainly still from Myanmar.
Yeah, and you definitely know this team already, and they already have put themselves out there a lot, and I like this team. I mean, Impunity Esports being here for the longest time and having another player on their belt, Jimmy, is already here on the team. So coming in from Black Shrew, this is a bit of a facelift from the team, so this is maybe a chance for the other teams to take down. Jimmy could be that weak point just because of the fact that he's new on this roster.
Yeah, Impunity Esports, right now, they did have a facelift, like you said. X-Hero on the Clash lane. Jimmy coming in hot on the jungle. Xiaolin in that mage lane. Up also in that farm lane. Up is a Chinese player, so he has that KPL Growth League experience. And Megumi will be coming in on that roam role.
Oh yeah, Impunity Esports, this is the team that you need to look at, especially with their experience. Even though their players didn't experience the same thing as Impunity from the last time, this team, this organization has experienced it. So they would just pass on that knowledge to this current roster that they have. But Paradise Esports, these guys also have experience. 919, Yusong, 919 has some experience here. Belby and Tom also has experience. And the last but not the least, it's MZK on that roamer.
Yeah, and their synergies are actually very good. If I'm not wrong, this is a team filled with people from Thailand and also people from Laos as well, right? Mainly a Laos roster, but two of the guys are from Thailand. So Belby and Yusong, they are from Thailand, so they will be playing, I think, remotely unless they are there at the gaming house at Laos. But sure, these teams, they have a lot of synergy. They played with each other for a very long time. So this might be a close game, or it might be a sweep.
Oh yeah, that could happen. Impunity Esports with the experience, we talked about it a lot. Could be possible that they will be able to sweep this, but I'm not discounting the fact that Paradise Esports could maybe shake things up. And this was not, we haven't seen this fight just yet. But hey, this is my favorite part. Xiaolin, welcome to the pro scene. We will give you the big egg as a welcome gift. Is it a 0? Am I just looking into this a lot? Or that's a 0, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All good.
Oh my god, MZK. And, he's all respect, man. Big respects to Impunity Esports. But don't blink. We might already be at your crystal. Wow, what confidence coming in.
We should have like a challenge here every time this comes out. We try a different voice every time. Like if Shaolin comes out, if MZK comes out, this is the voice that I use for MZK or something. That could be a fun challenge here, so that we could actually do the trash talk here, the banter here on the bot side.
Hey, I mean, all that is said, the content is really good though. The content of the speech itself, no matter how you say it, I still feel that it gets true to the point. A big egg. Oh my god, that is prime banter right there. Giving them that 0. What a statement to one of the leading teams already in the regular season.
Oh yeah, and again, it's a team that would know what to do against teams like Paradise Esports. They have experienced it a lot, especially from the last wildcard, so this is going to be good. And with the experience most of their players have, this is going to be a very uphill battle for the side of Paradise, so they need to do something. And that's why they welcome them. Welcome to the Pro League. And here's your 0.
Yeah. Welcome, right? Welcome to the Pro League. I mean, definitely, and welcome to all you guys as well. For those of you that are uninitiated, we are doing the global ban pick, best of 3s. This is the regular season of the Wildcard King series. So the winner of this entire series of tournaments, the regular season, and of course the playoffs, right? They will get a ticket to KWC. This is that international stage, and there's only one slot for that.
Yeah, and other regions have like 3, and this one, they only have 1. So whoever wins, especially the top 3 teams from the last wildcard, Impunity, Fearless Esports, Pause Gaming, they would need to put their best foot forward here this time around, because there's, again, another slot. Impunity got the first, maybe the next ticket, this one for KWC, maybe some of them will get that one.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, with going through the playoffs, right? Going to the playoffs, these teams are still fighting for seeding. That top 6 position, very important. They don't want to be bottom 2 no matter what. If not, you get relegated from the league. You have to go through the qualifiers again. But we're heading into game 1 of the global ban pick. Global ban pick, meaning that if you pick and use those heroes, you won't be able to use them for the rest of the series.
Oh yeah, and that is important. Every time, you always need to think about what you're going to be picking. You shouldn't be putting your eggs in one game, because next game you won't be having those picks again. So this time, Luna has been such a priority ban overall in most of our games for today. I mean, we just had one series, but again, Luna has been quite a priority on the bans.
Yeah, it has been there in the top priority of bans and as well as pick as well. But the only team that has run it is Fearless Esports Hong Kong, right? They ran it on Sky on day 1. And I feel that Luna is a very pub stomp hero, right? Yeah. Individual skill level really matters and the timing really matters. But the thing about pub stomp heroes is that they make it work in the professional scene very well. That's why you see a lot of Lunas being played. They are very good with the timings of the cooldowns. Now, Mai Shiranui and Lung being taken out as well.
Oh yeah, they're going to be taking out the Lung, and there's not really a lot of options here for the marksman. So they could definitely go for that Dharma first pick for Paradise Esports. They could go for that, or maybe even a support. A Diadea could also come out here for their first pick, just so they have the safest pick on that first position. Dolia, okay, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, Dolia opens up a lot of combo potential. You can go with the Dolia lane, you can go with the Dolia Dharma. There's a lot, but the Dharma has been taken from the side of Impunity, and they open with a Dharma and a Pei. Wow, that's a lot of scalability.
Oh man, especially the early game. The early game from the Pei is gonna be pretty scary. What I love about what Paradise Esports answered with was a Ma Yin together with a Dun. This is good. This is definitely what you want whenever a Pei gets picked on the other side and not a very strong Clash laner in the early game. You will be able to bully that Pei somehow. But it's still gonna be an uphill battle. It's gonna be hard because you're fighting against Jimmy, but it's still possible.
Yeah, and that that opening double duo coming out from the side of Paradise Esports, they picked the Dolia first, so they don't have the Liang to counter out. That suppression will not be there for the singular units as well. So now, Impunity, they want to lock down on that level of control, right? Taking out that Yi-Xing that really impairs the movement coming out from the side of Impunity, because they are a very mobile lineup. If you think about Zhang Fei, Pei, Dharma, what do they all share in common? They are extremely mobile heroes.
Oh yeah, and they can really get away from those. Oh yeah, the Shi is actually a good ban. Banning the Shi is good just because almost does the same thing as an Yi-Xing, but just for one person. But still a lot of crowd controls. So both of our teams are looking to take down all the crowd controls that they might be able to. A Lady Tun could actually come out here in this game for Paradise Esports or even a Princess Frost, just because we don't really have a lot of options on that reset on that ult anymore.
Yeah, but I feel that they have to go for something different, right? They don't want to go for that damage, because if you go for Princess Frost and Lady Zun, right, you're pretty much a sitting duck if the pay becomes online.
Yeah.
You gotta think about the worst case scenario where the pay is going to be a death ball on his own, and if you're Princess Frost and Lady Zun, you're just a walking gold bag for Jimmy. So it's gonna be very scary for that.
It's so good to say, especially when you said that. You're gonna be a walking gold bag for Jimmy. It's actually such a good praise, just because it could be possible that Jimmy could be walking with a gold bag, but Lady Sun could be coming out for Impunity just because they need it. They need to find a way to deny the Zun from going in. If he goes in, drop the Destructive Deluge, he's not gonna be going in anymore.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of disrupt coming out from the side of Impunity. Their synergy is extremely good because, thinking about it, you have the Unbridled Outburst, you have a lot of setup coming from Lady Zun, Truth Mantra as well, and Pei is just extremely mobile at every stage of the game. Now, Paradise Esports, they need to hinder that mobility somehow, right? Going with that mage lane, if you think about the mid lane, that Yi-Xing would have been a great pick. Now that they don't have it, they do pick up the channel first, but that mid lane pick is something that I'm looking forward to see. That Nuwa is actually very good as well. Playing from range, that artillery mage to say, you play at a very long range, right? That Pei can't touch you.
Oh yeah, and that's what you want to do here with this composition, right? But one of the things that I love with Nuwa is just she could definitely find a way to deal damage in the late game, so she also needs a bit of that resource compared to the Lady Sun or the Princess Frost or the Shi and the Yi-Xing. She needs resources, so that might be something that they need to look at here for Paradise. But Impunity, who are they going to be picking? Because they had to show you it for a possibility, but the Lady Sun is actually good. Honestly, if they want late game scaling against the channel, that's good.
Lady Sun is the absolute best pick that they have gotten, right? Because honestly, I thought that the other side, from side Paradise Esports, they were going with the Lady Sun, but they choose to go with Chano instead. So Lady Sun, very good in mobility with the rolling raid as well. So it really stacks into the synergy, right? They all have a way to engage and disengage, barring the Lady Zun. But Lady Zun is just going to be a walking powerhouse for them. It's just going to be the key to holding that mage damage. Meanwhile, for Paradise Esports, they have a very good synergy with the Dolia. Every one of them, right, have that synergy of the Dolia. When the refresh on the ultimate is up, you have Annihilation, you have Unruly Blade. There's a lot of control coming in from Yin as well, and Chano would also benefit from the refresh.
Yeah, I'm very scared about the leader stance though, because most of the time whenever you're fighting against a Chano and you don't have the leader stance, you're not going to be going for that fight. But with a Dolia, that extends the amount of time that he would be able to be in that leader stance, and that's the scariest thing for me in this game. But Jimmy already starting on the top side of the map, just making sure that they won't be confident in taking all of this buffs, because he's going to be going for this steal.
Yeah, aggressive rotations coming out. Indeed, Impunity Esports, one of the top teams, and has consistently held the championship title in various wildcard tournaments.
Oh man, and that's why they're good. Impunity Esports, with their experience as an organization, this is always going to be coming out here. Their experience is just going to shine through every time. And look at that, no answer from Paradise Esports, even though they got the blue buff got taken. They're going to be taking resources in the mid lane, but Jimmy is still just going to be collecting here.
Yeah, and with that, right, they might actually push the advantage here. 919.
919 getting slowed. This is not good. He might be killed. That's the first blood coming in from up. That's so much lows coming in from Impunity.
And that's the tankiest hero that Paradise Esports have at this period of time. This just shows that how much scaling damage that they have. Impunity, they went for the lane swap, right? They put the Lady Sun in that middle lane, and it really damaged Belby because you don't have such a good lane clear.
Yeah, and that's why here, with what they're doing here in the mid lane, they're just putting out a lot of pressure, just making sure that this mid lane will just get a lot of resources. Even in the bot lane, it's okay to just be giving this lane to Shaolin because he does have a bit of wave clear here that he could use just so he could take down the wolves.
Yeah, Paradise Esports, I mean, they're the sole representation of Laos, right? And there's a lot of things to prove, and we saw that potential yesterday. But now against one of the top dogs, it's a lot to prove. There's a lot of pressure mounting on them because, I mean, it is a round robin. You go up against every team once, and now against Impunity, you want to get an advantage. But Pei!
Yeah, I saw him use the Unruly Blade. Before everything else, he used the Unruly Blade to go to that Azura buff, and that's why Jimmy was ready. He got killed pretty easily with that.
Yeah, and just because of that, you guys get a gift code, all right?
Hey!
Yeah, Unruly Blade too early? Never mind. Get a gift code, get an epic skin on us. I mean, it's there in your HOK app. Open the menu and find the CD key button.
Yeah. You don't find a treasure in a sunken ship. You find it here. Watching WKS, you get treasure. You get to redeem the code, and they still got the red buff. This looks like a deja vu to what happened a while ago to Fearless Esports' game with what Impunity is doing.
Yeah, look, if you take a look at the levels right now, Jimmy is already level 6. And this would mean that the power spike has been going to reach a lot sooner. That 4-minute mark, when the objectives are up, Pei is not going to be just a little damage tool that can't one-shot anyone. It's going to be a scary damage factor where 919, you will survive, but the rest won't.
Emergence is going to be used. That's going to be one. Ocean of Tears was there to maybe make himself untargetable for a bit, buy some time for his team to go here, but they wouldn't be able to get through. Not a lot of damage yet.
Yeah, and similar to the fact that Impunity has that burst ability, Paradise Esports, they have that burst ability as well. They just need to find the prime targets. They need to find Up. They need to find Xiaolin. These two are the prime targets. Xiaolin, going down at that point, was all part of Paradise Esports' plan, but now it's the second layer, right? Either go for the objectives or the buffs.
Yep, Unruly Blade was used already. X-Hero was able to run away for a bit. They're just going to be giving this for free. Tired this up, but they're trying to take some resources first before they start going on that tyrant. They're just going to be running away. Jimmy is just going to be taking this.
Yeah, and Jimmy has been getting this farm, taking away enemy resources. He's extremely mobile as well. He can clear his creeps very fast.
Ooh,
now
what a great
he's converting.
Outburst though. Tom is going to be dead. What a great timing again from Megumi, but they are going to be chasing down tower in the bot lane that's been taken off, and they're going to be stealing this buff again, but they're still not done. They got the Ocean of Tears, they got the knockup. He's going to be dead, and he's not going to be able to run away there.
This is a complete tear-through coming out from Impunity. If you're Paradise Esports right now, there's no other way to play this than to turtle up. You cannot show yourselves in the rest of the map, right? You already lose your bottom lane turret. That loses that Crimson Golem control. Now that tier 2 turret is gone, so your main turret is exposed.
This feels bad. It feels so bad here, Mo, man. This is really hard to see because right now, even though it's not going to be as fast and dominating as Fearless Esports, Impunity is just surgically removing resources here from Paradise Esports. It's like a very bad method here from the side of Paradise Esports that they're just getting a choke out of this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of systematic gameplay going on. It's very layered coming out for Impunity, very calculated. Every move that they take, including that top lane pressure, with that mid lane pressure, just to secure one of the turrets. Now they group up as 5. They want to go for a team fight right before they take a turret. If they don't find it, never mind. Get the turret instead.
5 people here, top side, might be able to find and get a takedown, but Impunity Esports is just going to be taking the tower, and no answers here from Paradise Esports. They don't have the battle stats to do so.
Yeah, and this is very reminiscent of how the KPL teams play as well. Impunity Esports showing good mechanical prowess here. This is very calculated gameplay, right? You go for the map control before you go for the turrets, and they have the powers to do so. If you take a look at Jimmy's position, he went for the bottom lane side just to go for that lane priority. This is how Pei should be played, not finding kills, not whatever. You have that mobility. It's for macro plays as well. And Impunity are abusing it right now. Paradise Esports, they're suffering to the opponent's mechanical skills.
Yeah, just look at the map. Look at what they're doing. They're forcing them to go to the mid lane and also force them to divide the members here on the side lanes just because of the lane push. And Bridal Outburst was huge. Banter gets 2 people out. And that's kills already for their side. What a very fast setup there from X-Hero and Megami.
Yeah, and that was that mid lane pressure, right? You have 2 lane pressures coming from top and bottom. This opens up the map because you have that vision. And now if you want to defend your mid lane turret, even you're going just for the creeps. That Unbridled Outburst is there because you have that vision to do so. Megumi will be in the position to push you towards that wall. And this is what Zhang Fei is so good at doing. Now they get the turret for free. Paradise Esports, they can't even respond.
Yeah, that just tells you what set how much of an advantage that they got here for the side of Impunity Esports. They were playing around the middle of the first and second tier turret. They were just there. They were camping on that side of the map because they know that there's no threat here. From the side of Paradise Esports, we're just going to be camping and find a timing to go for the setup. And when they found that timing, they just went for it.
And if you take a look at the stats of the golems alone, I mean, the buffs, they have been monopolized by Impunity, and it is not a good look. I mean, they're able to get the buffs consistently on both sides. Up has been clearing his own jungle. Meanwhile, Jimmy has been taking the opponent's jungle. They're monopolizing both sides right now. And the fact of the matter is, he's always at bottom, applying the pressure. If members of Paradise Esports are here, he has the mobility to get away. They're going to collapse right now if Paradise Esports overextend this.
919? Gonna be left alone, but good thing they didn't go for the biggest target. They're just pushing them away. Look at where every time Megumi is positioning here on the jungle, just on the second and the third tier turrets so that they won't be able to push forward. And that's a smart way to play here for Impunity Esports. They're just making use of their advantage. 8k gold lead. They don't matter. They're going to be using the knockup. Destructive Galucci won't be able to get away. Good thing he had the unruly blade there and he's safe. This tower in the mid lane is going to get taken down. No answers whatsoever from their side, but a good thing that they were able to keep it alive for a bit, but still gonna go for Impunity.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, 5 members still strong. If you do clash at that point, Unbridled Outburst is there for the disrupt. Xiaolin did use her ultimate, however, but it is just to buy space, right? Now they get the Tyrant for free. That mid lane is super crept up. And now Paradise Esports, right? Their response here is still, you have to turtle, you have to buy your time for the late game. The mistake is fighting into you. With Adolia, the mistake is always fighting into you. And Paradise Esports, I mean, they're trying their best, but Impunity are forcing out the errors.
Oh yeah, they're forcing it out, and also they're forcing them to position really badly, especially Megumi. Megumi has been so good at forcing them to go in one space just because he's positioning himself always in the middle of things. And that's why they're always given a choice. Will they take the fight and kill Megumi? Or will they not be, or will they be looking at the other 4 players? That's what's hard about this game.
Yeah, and the lack of vision is very showing from the side of Paradise Esports. They have no way of checking the bushes, right? Nuwa, of course, very good with range, but he needs the vision to actually deal damage with Annihilation. Now, Mayin, you saw, at this point, he needs to be at that power spike, but is not able to find those one-shots at all.
Oh no, no defense on the bot side. Look at what Megumi is doing. He's just forcing attention out of everyone here from the side of Paradise Esports. And that's why they took the tower here in the bot lane, because nobody was looking at that tower. The wave was there pushing. Nobody was clearing it. They were all using all their skills just on Megumi. It's just the fact of the matter is they can't do anything against him, and he's just being a distraction. Once they try to go against him, he's just going to be popping that Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, important marker here for Impunity. They are going for the death push right now. They do have a certain number of creeps, but there is a lot of lane clear.
X0 gonna be low in HP right now. They might be able to go for the finish. Goes in with a drop kick, but not able to get the kill, and still very much alive here for Impunity.
If the net worth was slightly into Paradise Esports' favor, sure, Up would have died, but they're 10,000 gold
Yeah.
ahead. Impunity Esports, they're rolling in the dough right now. Sure, there might be a lot of lane clear, but if they keep taking these objectives, eventually they're gonna reach critical mass way ahead of time. Annihilation scouts out the Shadow Overlord, but what can you do? Can you even fight into this? Paradise Esports, that right now, the clear decision is not to fight into this. You
Oh.
can't do it at all.
Okay, that was a bit scary there. But again, let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, I mean, that Unbridled Outburst, right? Securing that middle lane turret, it's a do or die situation. Like, if you defend, you took away the creeps. Yeah, you held it on a bit longer. If you don't defend, you lose your turret anyway. Impunity forced them into making this decision. Oh my god. Super calculated.
Yeah, look at the Impunity. They're not giving any arm, anything. They're not giving anything to Paradise Esports. They're just going to be pushing. They're forcing out the reactions from them. And Paradise Esports, because they don't want to make any mistakes, they're left under their base every time because they were so afraid of making these mistakes. And it's also because of the mentality. Right now, they're going to go for the fight though. They're going to go in, might be able to get the kill. Yes, they were. Jimmy's going to be going for the chase, but they are not going to get damage here on their side. Shadow Vanguard onto the backside. Truth Matter to throw them back. That is a good combo coming in from Megumi next hero, and this game is over. Impunity is just going to be taking first game.
Yeah, critical mass has been reached. They managed to get that Daybreaker out. And once Lady Sun got that Daybreaker, it was time to break that base. I mean, Impunity Esports showing what the top tier really looks like, right? If you see how Fearless Esports Hong Kong played, Pause Gaming played, yeah, they were clean. But Impunity, that was a mechanically great gameplay. Like, there were zero mistakes. There were zero holes inside.
Yeah, they were not taking fights though. Compared to Fearless Esports, who were looking for a lot of kills just for them to pump their gold lead, it was very different. Impunity was just playing the map. They were playing the towers, they were playing the objectives. They were just so good at forcing the hand of Paradise Esports. And this is a very big difference from the first placer of our last wildcard and the third placer of our last wildcard. So very different playstyles. And I was feeling it. I was feeling the pressure that Paradise Esports had.
Yeah, great fundamentals of the game. This guy, Up, he was doing a lot of work in the back lines. And of course, Jimmy as well, right? They were applying cross-map gameplays. And Megumi was always positioned in such a way that Xiaolin would benefit from the Unbridled Outburst. Paradise Esports, if you'll take a look at their lineup, they have the tools to actually kind of go in, but there's a lot of hard commits. Unruly Blade, there is that whatever coming out from the side of Mayin, and you saw if you go in with those whatevers, I mean, you lose your chance to disengage.
Oh yeah, and the Lady Sun is just making it so hard for 919 to do anything. Every time he tries to use the Unruly Blade, he just throws the Destructive Deluge and he's muted. He can't even do anything after that. Even though there's a reset on that Unruly Blade from MZK, he's just gonna be using it to go away because he can't even press forward.
Yeah, and this is a kind of gameplay where you have to answer rotation with rotation. What Paradise Esports were doing is the correct things, but they just lost too much tempo at the end, right? At the start of the game, they already lost tempo and they couldn't match them rotation by rotation. Every time that Dolia came in, every time MZK came in, it was just 1 to 2 seconds too late. And that 1 to 2 seconds matters a lot. Impunity are showing how the smallest of decisions, the smallest of rotations matter. When it comes to Jimmy, he wasn't even actively looking for those kills.
Yeah.
He was just racking up the gold advantage. And look at that gold graph, man.
Yeah. This is straighter than what happened during the side of Fearless Esports. This is just like a full diagonal line that it just went in their favor, not because of kills. It's just them just slowly getting that advantage against Paradise Esports, and it's looking really good. Also, if in this game, I do think Megumi did a lot of work for the team just to set up the place, just to set up the space for the team. If Paradise Esports won't be able to answer that, it's going to be harder for the second game.
Yeah, and there were a lot of times where Impunity Esports, they were pushing their advantage, right? They were in the enemy jungle. Paradise Esports, yeah, they could have answered, but too bad. That 1 to 2 second really mattered, right? Like
Yeah.
it was that cutthroat of a timing. And Impunity Esports, they keep finding these pockets of Paradise Esports. And if this continues, I mean, Impunity Esports, I just hate to say this, they're just mechanically well experienced.
Yeah.
Paradise Esports, there's still some things that you need to learn about the game before you take on the top dogs.
Oh, yeah. And the MVP of this game is going to be Shaolin. And 32%, 9%, and 17% in the damage shaken, and total gold. A 114 here stopped all the fights from happening. Every fight that they wanted to take on the side right here of Paradise Esports, it was stopped here by Shaolin.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of disruption by this man alone, right? The fact is, he deals so much damage, 32% already, and they weren't even taking team fights. Like, if you take a look at that, that was a 9-kill game, and it was a bit longer than most of the other games that we saw today as well. 8 minutes, 8:45, there were at least 10 to 12 kills. But now this 9-kill game, doesn't matter. Shaolin does the damage regardless.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be dealing a lot of damage, especially to the Dun from the last game. It's just gonna be what's gonna happen every time. And if we're gonna be taking a look at the highlights, you can look at the positioning right here of Shaolin, and it's also because of what Megumi was doing. Shaolin was able to throw out all the skills that he needed just because of how comfortable they are in the backline, because of the space that they get.
Yeah, and of course, Impunity, I mean, it's a team, right? Where we were discussing about this yesterday between me and Zeno, where a good team, you can't tell who the MVP is. And the entire team, they were doing so much work that any one of them could have become the MVP. Xiaolin might have went down here, but didn't matter in the grander scheme of things. Because the fact is, Impunity, they were doing a lot of work on the other side of the map. Unbridled Outburst, catching out Tom. That collapse coming through with Jimmy and Up. Now, Unbridled Outburst used once again when they were going for those creeps. They cleared out the creeps in the end on the mid lane, but didn't matter. They lost the turret regardless.
Yeah, look at the positioning here of Megumi. Every time, he's always just looking for a good position, not even trigger happy with the Unbridled Outburst. In this last fight, he took it a bit too late just because he didn't need to use that Unbridled Outburst, because right now, they're just going to be looking to finish the game, and he used it just to push everybody back and get the position pretty well so that they could finish the game. And Impunity, I like that. I mean, it's a very slow type of playstyle, but I like how they made Paradise Esports afraid of taking any fights.
Yeah, and this is the type of gameplay that you actually see very commonly in KPL, where they use the systematic control of the map, knowing which areas of the map they control, and they play the vision game extremely well. So Impunity right now, I feel that they have improved leaps and bounds as a team, because they've been playing very differently from how they were playing the last season as well. So right now, currently, I feel that they have polished up their gameplay as well, and implementing it, well, that's just pure genius right there.
That's true. Very disciplined as a team. I love that. I love to see a lot more of this playstyle from them. But Paradise Esports, they are looking at the very hard battle here. Just from looking at the last game, they were afraid of taking initiative. And in this game especially, if you're afraid to take initiative, you're just gonna get lost in the sauce. And most of the fights, you're just gonna get lost just because of how Impunity has been playing this game. So they just have to find a way to be a lot less afraid of taking those fights.
Yeah, and there was a lot of threat factors coming out from Impunity as well, right? Even if you take those fights, what Impunity has presented is that we do have Jimmy, we do have Pei. He's extremely farmed right now. If you take those fights, you potentially lose your entire backline to just a Renegade Pei, just running rampant in the backlines as well. So Impunity, they had a lot of layers behind their gameplay as well. And even though, Jimmy was using the cooldowns to push the macro and everything, Paradise Esports could have maintained those cooldowns a lot better. Take note of when Jimmy was using those skills, then collapse on the other team. But of course, that Pei won't be available for Impunity the second time round. But knowing Impunity, knowing how they play that pay alone, I just fear what they have for the game too, man.
Jing, Luna could be a possibility for the next games if they want to snowball pretty early. That's something that they could use against Paradise Esports. They still have a lot in their bag here. And from the side of Paradise Esports, they need to think about what they do next. They could even pick up the Pei and the Byron for the next game so that maybe they would be able to make use of that early game advantage that Impunity had from that last game. That could be a possibility that they could go for.
Yeah, and I really like Paradise Esports draft, right? In terms of top-down fighting, they do have a consistent front line. They have Dun, but of course, Dun was shut down very early into the game. The first blood was on the Dun, and that was just not a good show from Paradise Esports because that's the tankiest character that you have. That's the tankiest hero that you have. If your tank is going down like that to a team with no front line, Impunity, if you take a look at it, Zhang Fei, you're not a frontline, right? Yeah. You don't really initiate on Zhang Fei. You just break up or disrupt fights with Unbridled Outbursts.
Oh yeah, and look at what they did here for Impunity, right? They tried to start the fights with the Zhang Fei, and you know, you're on a big advantage if you do that because you usually just do it reactively, right? But when he does it, he engaged with it a lot of times just because they're so ahead. And it's so good to see because it actually worked out for their side. But again, Paradise Esports, they need to think about something in the ban and picks that they're going to be doing here because Impunity Esports are not done. Because remember, Invitational Season 3, they were fighting best of fives. And they have a big hero pool.
Yeah, they have a huge hero pool indeed. Versatility, one of the key storylines that we want to share with you guys today. Very important for pro players to have that hero pool as well. You are going to fight best of fives, best of sevens, best of nines as well. So whether or not you have that stamina to keep expanding your hero pool, and for those of you guys that are watching, right, if you want to be a pro player, you have to learn a lot about different types of heroes. You can't just one trick your way into becoming a pro player.
Yeah, you're gonna get banned every time. If you're one trick, you're gonna get banned. If you want to be a pro player, you're not gonna be able to play the hero that you like the most every time. Maybe if it's a best of 9, yes, you're gonna be allowed to play once, but that's it. You're not gonna be able to play the others. You need 9 other heroes that you have to be playing in order for you to be effective as a pro player. So again, it's a challenge here just because we adapted the global ban and pick, and a lot of the teams here are every team here is gonna be facing that.
Yeah, every team here needs to keep track of their hero pools as well. But of course, going into the next game, going up against Impunity, that playstyle is extremely suffocating and very hard to play against, right? But what have the other teams done? How do they break free of those playstyles? What you want to see is potentially if your team is going for that choke heavy playstyle, what we see in the KPL scene is that they actually play a lot of things that can hold the high ground extremely well. That Nuwa, I feel that extremely good pick, right? You can hold the lane. Dolia was good as well. And sometimes we see the answer being on the Hano as well. They do pick up that Hano because the Scepters of Fate actually stack up a lot of damage. You don't want to take the sustained team fights. And of course, you do need a setup. Mayin at that point, he was that important setup, but couldn't find that one-hit KO onto up.
Oh yeah, and they were so ahead. That's why it was so hard for him to find those setups onto the back line. And the cleanup factor was there from Paradise Esports, but they were not allowed to get close on their back line. And that's the scariest part here. Paradise Esports going on for that ban on that Dolia very, very early here in Impunity. Just going for that Dharma ban so that they don't want to see it again. Byron could come out this game. Big possibility.
Yeah, I mean, if Paradise Esports, they don't want it, they can ban out the Luna or the Jing. They do take out the Luna, but Impunity, of course, taking out that pay, don't want to give it to Paradise Esports. It is a very strong tool in the jungle, but the Arlie is now available. Now Paradise Esports, they do pick it up. Impunity right now, they can go for the idea if they wish to deny that away from Paradise Esports or the Da Qiao as well.
Arlie, good first pick, usually just because of how strong she is on most phases of the game, but most of the time what they counter with is going to be a Chano probably or a Demon Jet so that they could fight toe-to-toe against that Arlie. And remember, they haven't picked it yet for Impunity, but they're going to be going for that Mayan just so they have the burst damage to take down that Arlie whenever they end the Baisha Nui too. This is... Oh man, this feels so bad already.
Oh man, there's a lot of burst damage coming out from Impunity. You can't give them a slight semblance of a lead. Paradise Esports, they need to play the early game extremely well. The moment they lose this lineup, that Mai Shiranui and the Mayin is gonna systematically destroy you.
Oh, that's so good. Going with the Diren Jet on the last one, the Imperial Order is just gonna be whittling down 919 here, and the burst damage is gonna come through from it. But Paradise Esports, with these 3 picks, on paper, these are good picks. The Arlie together with the Ogren and the Byron, they do have the setup coming out from that Byron, but the Ogren would be there to deal with damage. They need somebody to crowd control a lot more for Paradise Esports to complete this composition.
I really like what they do in the Chinese scene, where Ogren is really paired well with the Yuhuan as well, right? Having that sustainability, putting that Yuhuan in the mid lane. And of course, with the Unending Sorrow, you do have a bit of an iframe versus the Imperial Order versus Mai Shiranui's burst and Mayin's burst as well. But they didn't pick up the idea. So Paradise Esports, like I felt that they could have went for that combo, but they chose to go for Byron and
classic. The classic.
Oh, man.
It's gonna be the Sakir. The early game is gonna be very hard here for Paradise Esports. Sakir, the Demon Jet, the Mai Shiranui, their damage in the early game. What they're gonna do here in the early game, they're gonna invade. And Paradise Esports needs to be ready with that because their damage are gonna hurt on that level 1 invade.
Yeah, Sakir Direnje is one of the combos that you need to be scared about. It's on the same level as the highest damage dealer, a highest level of poke that they have. They do go for the board, they do go for the Yixing with the Byron. It's still a very good team fight composition. But Impunity, they're not looking for team fights.
Yeah.
They are not. They're looking to pick you off.
Yeah, they're looking for pickoffs here because they don't really need to fight, especially if you have like an... I think in this composition alone, the Yixing is not good just because everybody could run away from the board. They have a lot of dashes, so it's gonna be really hard to catch anybody on that board.
I mean, yeah, you just want to catch the Dun and Direnje, maybe? Like, yeah, that's the only 2 targets. Like, Impunity, the team fight lineup is not good for Paradise Esports, I feel. Like, I would say they did have a lot of tier S pick. If they find the setup, they're going to win the fight no matter what. But Impunity, they have a lot of damage.
Yeah. The question is, will they find the setups? And right now, as we were saying, they're going to be fighting. Taking Liberties was used already. First blood coming in from the side right here of Paradise Esports. Out of nowhere, everybody was at the mid lane.
Yeah, like the game just started and I was like, oh, what? Is this the only mid format? But yeah, we see them fighting 5-on-4 in the mid lane, and Impunity Esports actually have to lick their wounds, right? Now that they can actually invade with 919, I really like the movements coming out from Impunity, but they might get caught here.
Yeah, I love the movements that they did here because looking at what happened, look at the waves. The waves crash. Every wave crashed, and there was nothing for Paradise Esports to take. So they lost a lot of those resources just to take that Crimson buff. And while I'm saying that, everybody, get your resource. Get those gift codes right here at the bottom.
Yeah, just open up your HOK app, open up the menu on the bottom left, go to Perk Center, and open up that CD key. Key in that code, you might get up to an epic skin here. And Impunity already, they are down 1-0, but they have recovered extremely well in that net worth game. And that's why you talk about the waves crashing. They lost a lot of valuable resources with the invasion, and yet they couldn't convert. That's why I'm so scared about this Impunity lineup here, because they've been playing the map so well.
Yeah, and right now, onto the top side, they're just going to be getting some resources here for the team, and they're not going to be looking for fights here. As we were saying a while ago, they don't need to take the fights because right now, they would need to get some levels up. Once they get to level 4, especially Shaolin, then they can go for those battles.
Yeah, they did want to win that mid fight to open up that counter invasion. That's what they were trying to do in that early stage of the game. Didn't expect 4 members there. But
Drop
look at
hit
this.
already there, gets a knockup right there, gets the 2 kills coming in from Impunity.
Has slain an enemy.
Yeah, anytime Impunity has numbers on you, you're playing the map wrong. Because at this point of the game, right, Impunity, they're looking to take segmented team fights. And once your support is not there, once MZK is not there, it's definitely just gonna be a collapse.
Oh yeah, the burst damage is just gonna be there, and that's the scary part about this lineup from Impunity Esports. You're just gonna be looking for that, and maybe while this is happening, let's take a look at the replay first.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of overextension, but
yeah,
look at this.
Yeah, onto the bot side though. Impunity, what was that setup? Could have been a good one for the side of Impunity, but Paradise Esports was just knocked up while that replay was playing, and that's why you're seeing MZK and Tom on low HP.
Yeah, definitely both on low HP. They do need to worry about the pokes. There's a lot of damage coming through, and yeah, both teams, I mean, right now, I feel that they do have a current grasp on the game, right? I mean, at this level, you need to know what you're going up against. And I feel that for the rotations of Paradise Esports, they were lacking already in game 1. So game 2, they really have to put on their A game. MZK, he has to match every single rotation that the enemy support takes.
Yeah, and it's very important to think about what Tom is going to be doing in this game, because Tom really needs to get those resources in order for them to have like a big advantage in this game, because right now the burst damage are going to hurt, and he's going to be the target every time, so he needs to find a way to get strong and fast.
Yeah, and what I want to say, like, there's a bit of a difference, right, between the Ogren playstyle that I'm used to seeing in the Chinese scene and the Ogren playstyle that has been here in WKS. And in WKS, I feel that Ogren is like the main tank, right, the main damage dealer. But
he's the core.
In the Chinese scene, like, he's a core, and he's a counter initiator. He's never the first one in. He's joining that team fight in the middle of the game or the middle of the team fight. When already happens, he uses the path of passing to actually join the team fight. And that's a difference in gameplay that actually matters a lot, because you effectively run out a lot of the cooldowns. And when you come in, you have a lot more sustainability. So I don't like the way that the Ogren is being played currently on Paradise Esports, being the first point of contact. I think that Impunity, they're counter playing that very well.
Oh yeah, and honestly, I agree with you. I think Ogren should be played like that. It's because he doesn't really have a good way to crowd control to start the fights. He's just gonna be walking in, right? And that's why you need somebody to start the fights for you, then join the fight while the burst has already happened, because you're just there to execute, right? And that's why that's something that they need to think about here for the side of Paradise Esports, because if they engage only with him, they need the Byron. They have a Byron in their composition, so use that guy and even use the time lapse to even traverse the distance here in order for you to have that advantage.
Yeah, and currently right now, I think that Paradise Esports, they have to make a sacrificial gameplay no matter what. Like, someone is going to die on your team. It better not be one of your cores. Most likely it's going to be MZK to try and open up the team fights. You gotta use your HP bars as your resource people. And Byron, he is the prime target for that. But the board.
World is my board. But they're half HP. They're not going to be taking this fight though, because they don't have HP to take the fight, because before this, they got them to half HP already because Shaolin and Megami started those fights.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, Up didn't have the ultimate, Shaolin didn't have the ultimate, Megumi didn't have the ultimate either. So they could have potentially won that with the board, but that timing mistake could cost Paradise Esports, because they could have easily just collapsed on the 2 that was stuck there.
Oh yeah, they could have. And with that, this is just a lost opportunity for the side of Paradise Esports. That was a great board. To be honest, Belby, that was such a great board. They were just not able to use it.
Yeah, and I feel that 919 giving a lot of vision here is kind of good, but he needs to not get spotted out, right? He needs to be the second one into these team fights. You gotta sacrifice one of his teammates. If not, if he gets bursted down, he's only half HP, and then you lose your main frontline tank.
Oh yeah. Right now, Tyrant is already up. They're looking to maybe start this out here for the side of Impunity. They might have the Wind Slash and get the knock up on 919, but they're not going to continue. They still don't have the damage to go there. I think even with the Imperial Order, they would need to be a bit conservative on their positioning. Right now, Yuzong gets the knock up right there onto the back line. They won't be able to get the kill on that. Xero is just going to be running away. Pretty safe still for Impunity, but they're still starting and they are just running in and out of the battle. And they are not finishing this. They're clearing out the waves so that Paradise Esports will be forced right now. The inside Unruly Blade was used. Ford is there, but that was a good steal coming in from the side of 919, but he's going to be paying it with his life, and Impunity gets a 1 kill.
Yeah, and that Tyrant buff now at that 4-minute mark is completely wasted, right? Because you lose your main entryway. Now you lose the Crimson buff as well. Luckily, Tom is able to get it, actually. Tom is able to clean up that buff. Lucky for Paradise Esports, they could have lost a lot more resources if they lost that Crimson buff. And Tom is not a bad target to have that Crimson buff on. But if you look at the net worth right now, I mean, Mayin, ex-hero, 3.4k, already that Axe of Torment up. It's a very different Mayin from that previous game.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be very scary here, because if they start the fights right now, could be able to burst down even Yuzong at this point in the game. So it's gonna be scary. Right now, Impunity, look at their confidence. They're pushing right out of mid because they don't see Belby, so they assume that he might be going to the bot lane. And they are just pumping out, fortifying the defenses on the bot side of the map so that Tom won't be able to get the resources.
Yeah, and I just need to say this, Impunity, they are up in the net worth once again. 1,000 ahead at 5 minutes 50 seconds. They gave up the first blood, they gave up the Tyrant, yet they still managed to fight back. And that's just a superior understanding of the map. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't understand this already, if you take a look at the positioning, they are always making sure that the creep resources are being taken at all times. Using that teleportation circle from Jimmy right now, that's just map awareness right there.
Yeah. Teleportation circle is so underrated. Every time, look at how Impunity has been using it every time, right? They use it to find a way to force the members of Paradise Esports on a fight, and that's why most of them are forced right here onto the bot side. That Imperial Order, what a perfect timing from up. Could have been a kill, but because they're forcing the hand right here of Paradise Esports, they're forcing them to react.
Yeah, and that forcefulness coming out from Impunity, right? They're just looking for an opening. They're willing to dance for days here, and they have the mobility to keep on disengaging. That mid-fight, they're not going to take it. They want to take the other one, where they are going to win on the other front. They can segment the fights as much as they want. And while all this is happening, they could have put Byron, they could have put Yusong on that top lane and use the teleportation circle to join, right? But they didn't do that.
Yeah, look at this. Paradise Esports is forced to go at the other parts of the map because they need to take the resources there. But the bot lane tower has been left alone. That tower is going to go down. It was because Up was there taking down the wave first before leaving it. Then they're going to be finding resources elsewhere. And this is so hard. I mean, it's really hard to explain right now, but what Impunity is doing is they're just segmenting every part of Paradise Esports' team so that they don't have to take a team fight.
Yeah, and that usage of the map control that they just gained as well is very important, right? Now that the bottom side is a bit crashing, they are prioritizing the top side because the creeps are not in the favor right now. They are not going to take this mid fight here. They are not going to take it. If they take it, they lose. But what they're going to do is they're going to prioritize this objective on the top lane. And now, once MZK is alone,
gets a knockup though. Sakir is going to get the kill there. Megami, what a great knockup. Even going for that flash in order for him to go for that reach. This top tower, while you were saying it, this is gonna go down as you say it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is just prime guerrilla gameplay, right? This is how they do it in the Chinese scene. And Impunity, they're replicating it very well.
Yeah, they're just going for that mid push. Nothing. No answers from the side of Paradise Esports. They're trying their best to do something here, but they're a bit too late on the movements. Impunity, every second counts, and they are going for the kill here. Might be able to go for one. Imperial Order was there. They got caught on the board. 4 people right there. Jimmy's going to be backing away so that he doesn't die. He dies to the execute to the tower shots, and he is going to be killed. But at what cost? Second tier tower is down.
Yeah, and of course, Jimmy going down there, you might think, oh, they took a hit in their numbers. But look at where Impunity are playing. They're still in the enemy territory, taking the Azir Golem. And afterwards, they're going to head towards the Tyrant. Megumi and up, they need to disengage here. If they get caught here, this is huge.
They have the flash. 919 going for the chase. They got slowed down. Up is going to be dead here, even with the flash. And that is a lot of people down. And look at the positioning of Impunity. They're trying to maybe cut the exits here from Paradise Esports. But because they don't have damage anymore, they're not going to continue.
Yeah, and slight error coming out from up, and of course Megumi overstaying their welcome in that top half of the map. They should have just full-on retreated, not go for that little bit of resources, and that's the 1 to 2 second difference that I was talking about in the early stage of the game. Now Paradise Esports, they are getting keen on these timings already. They're starting to punish these timings, and of course for you guys, we do have a little gift code on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, things are becoming really intense here in this game, but while that is happening, everybody, 3k gold lead steal for Impunity, and they have cover of the whole map at this point, just because Paradise Esports hasn't taken down any towers yet. Here comes the Shadow Tyrant, the Shadow variants are up. The Paradise Esports, they need to think about their waves first. They need to get a bit of housekeeping here from all the sides before they start to take this fight here.
Oh, actually, Paradise Esports are playing very well now. They have dealt with the lane pressures, and now suddenly, at critical mass, it's going to be 919. You just need to worry about not taking too much objective damage. But he's going to be able to frontline, and no one's going to be able to kill him as of now. Unless he gets poked down, that's his own mistake. But now, Tom, he has the farm to do it. 6.7k.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to poke them down.
Look at the wave. Oh, what a great stun, though. They are going to get the kill onto the backline. What a great knock up. They get 2 on the board, and they're going to go with a drop kick right here, going for a chase on 919. They get the kills. They go for the backline. X-Hero gets to execute on Belby. And while that's happening, Yu Song also falls down. In the end here, Impunity is looking to finish this game.
Yeah, critical positioning error. Tom, the first one to go down, the main source of damage. I was just saying he's at critical mass, but he can't do damage if he's dead. And now 5 members alive, they're going to be knocking on the front door here.
They can go for the push. Last one, 919 going to be the last target here, but Tom is already up. Will he be able to clear the wave? No, it's not going to happen. Time-lapse is going to get used to get the counter, but no, it's not going to work out because Impunity is still going to be taking the win in the end.
Yeah, Impunity, a bit of unforced errors coming out here and there. They could have lost the last team fight, but they saw blood in the water. They instantly went for the throat the moment they saw Tom ever so slightly out of position. And why was that? They went for the Tyrant, and Tom was like, oh, we're going for the Tyrant? Yes, let's go. But definitely, there was a flag on that play. There was someone waiting in the bush for him, and that was X-Hero.
Yeah, X-Hero was waiting for that play because a while ago, the wave in the bot lane was pushing. And because that was pushing, he could play around the fog of war that was in the bot side of the map. And what he did is just, he went in for Tom, he went in for Belby, get the kill on those guys, and no damage anymore for Paradise Esports. The others are just cleaning up.
Yeah, and at that point, I was just saying, right, 919, he has reached critical mass, right? He could be frontlining for his team, but what do you do when Impunity ignore your front line and just jump Tom? Just jump the damage dealers. And at that point, you are an Ogren. You deal slow but sustained damage. So you aren't going to be able to kill Impunity. So Impunity found the workaround to their lineup as well. Byron, yes, he's scary, but he only has 6,000 gold. That's all the hard work of taking away the enemy resources, consistently applying the lane pressure, getting those objectives. It just adds up, man.
Oh yeah, and even X-Hero, look at him. He even built Starbreaker for himself, just for him to execute the backline. That is what they wanted all along. They want to assassinate somebody here inside the Paradise Esports, and they were able to do it. And it's so smart that Impunity have been playing around the map, and that's what you want to do. You want to play the map, you force the hand of Paradise Esports, and you force them to react to what you want to do. It's like everything that's happening here around the map, Moman, they are just forcing Paradise Esports to one position so that they could get to another, and that's a good way of playing from Impunity.
Yeah, Impunity Esports, congratulations. You do take the series 2-0 against Paradise Esports. And of course, they cement themselves as the top dog. They have not fallen off. We are here to defend our throne, and we are here to claim it as they head on into the WKS Spring Season 2025. And look at the goal graph, right? It's just pure magic coming out from Impunity. To already have that gold lead, of course, that dip, Paradise Esports, they did fight back, but that comeback off of that 1 to 2 second lapse in time.
Yeah, not gonna be as smooth, right? With from the game here for Paradise Esports, because they were able to get a comeback for a bit, but it's still Impunity Esports who got the win in the end. It was a nice effort from the squad. But Paradise Esports, they need to really think about what they do next, because there's a lot of teams that could do the same thing. I think Impunity Esports have been a bit more conservative in a way because they don't take fights. But Fearless Esports and Pause Gaming, those two are going to be taking fights. But the MVP from this game is going to be up with 27% damage, damage shaken at 17%, total gold at 24% with a 115 KDA.
And up, of course, he's the MVP, but the hallmark of a good team is when you can't tell who the MVP is. Yep. Everyone was doing the work on the side of Impunity. It could have went to any one of them, and the argument would have been in their favor as well. If you take a look at X-Hero's positioning, he was doing so much work. If you take a look at Jimmy, he was doing the backline. He was doing the dirty work, man, with the Unruly Blade, just pushing out creep waves, applying pressure, and on the mid lane as well, there was so much damage coming through that I thought he dealt the most damage, but it turns out Up was just silently bursting everyone down.
Yeah, and his Imperial Orders have been key to most fights, especially when it comes to Tom. Every time Tom goes in, I always see a gold guard on her head. Every time Tom comes in, tries to deal damage, there's a gold guard on his head. And it's scary because Up always times it right.
Yeah, and there's a lot of punishing in the positioning. They have the key mobility. They have the higher mobility as well, right? Punishing 919 here, that was huge for the rest of the momentum of the game. And this is the point where 919, he's starting to reach critical mass, right? And now he can frontline. He's not going to go down as easily as before, but still, they do try to go for it. But getting that turret in the end, that was their key goal. Jimmy might have went down. Doesn't matter. They still get the key space. But now, this is over a bit of an extension from Up. This could have been punished even more from the side of Paradise Esports if they choose to collapse on Xiaolin there. But Xiaolin, at that point, does not really care. Has the mobility to get out. But Tom, positioning error.
Yeah,
this cost them the game, man.
Oh man, look at that knockup from Xiaolin. That knockup got 3 people, and there was X-Hero to finish things off, and that was it. That was the game that they were looking for. They were looking for a fight there because they knew they had advantage, and X-Hero was in prime position. That's why they knew that they had to take that fight at that right moment. And you could see those teams that are so good at doing that, they are gonna be the strongest teams in this WKS.
And I hope that, you know, the strongest teams, they do get challenged. I mean, it's not a good show if you know, the hero always wins, right? Sometimes you want the villain to kind of succeed in that kind of cinematography. But now we will have the next match of Ultra Rare Esports going up against Team Max. Team Max, we did see them yesterday. Currently, of course, they're still down 0-2, -2 points. Ultra Rare, first game of the regular season. Another Burmese team. I'm very excited for this. And of course, that Cambodian representation as well.
Oh yeah, I want to see what they can bring here in this game, because honestly, this is going to be a very different one. I think this is going to be the closest one just because we don't have the litmus test yet from Ultra Rare Esports. But right now, Team Max lost against Fearless Esports, which is understandable because it's Fearless Esports. But if they're fighting against a team that could be in the middle of the pack, they might be able to win. But before that, everyone, we're just going to be taking a short break. We have been your casters. My name is Dash, and I was here with Moment. See you guys in just a bit.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit 'em hard!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush them! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit 'em hard!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Wildcard King Series Spring Season Day 2. I'm your caster, Moman, and joined with me is Dash today. We are bringing you the last series of today. How are you feeling, Dash?
Oh man, excited for this last series. This series could go the lengths compared to the last two that we've had. I mean, Impunity and Fearless are just very strong contenders. But if you're talking about the middle of the pack teams, this two would give us a very exciting matchup. And I'm really excited on what's going to happen here, Moman.
Yeah, and Team Max, they're currently down in the bottom of the leaderboard because they did go up against Paradise Esports yesterday, right? But for Ultra Rare Esports, this is kind of an unknown, uncharted territory for us. We don't know whether or not they are the same level as Impunity, who are in the same region as well. Because there's a saying in esports, and I always stand by this: a team or a region is only as strong as your opponents. And if Ultra Rare Esports, they've been scrimming with Impunity, I would believe that they are somewhat of a similar level.
Oh, and also the same playstyle. Usually, that's what people adapt, right? The same playstyle in the same region. It's all the same characteristics because you scrim with those people. That's why you almost adapt the same playstyle. You just change things up a bit. So I do think there's a chance here for Ultra Rare Esports that they might be able to surprise us. Remember, Team Max lost against Paradise Esports, who just lost against Impunity. So this could be quite a bit of a shake up here for our game. But let's take a look at the members right here of Ultra Rare. Y20, Kenny, Lifo, Flick, and Law are going to be the members here of Ultra Rare.
Yeah, and they are all Burmese. They are a pure Myanmar team. Ultra Rare Esports with the full representation here, and I'm very excited about this team and of course how they're gonna perform in this regular season. Of course, in the regular season itself, it's always about adapting and learning as well, right? What you bring from your scrims is being tested against other regions, and it's going to be tested against Team Max. Team Max, Clash Lane, Kashimo, Bins on that jungle, Joe Fong on that mid lane, Chigiri, we saw him yesterday on the farm lane, and Hatashi on the roam as well. A good looking team, I said.
Oh yeah, you said that these guys should be in a magazine somewhere because everybody is looking good for the side of Team Max. So maybe we're gonna be seeing them soon, guys. Idea was from Moman, so if you put them in the magazine, give him a bit of the give him a bit of the what do you call that?
Commission?
The commission,
Sure.
yeah, give him a bit of the commission for this idea. But again, everybody, it's not about the looks. It's about the gameplay. It's about the skills of these players that we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, and of course, their substance will be tested today as we head on into the best of threes. But take a look at the banter alone. Oh my god.
Oh man, look at the first one. Kenny, we can't wait to clean sweep Team Max. Okay, so 2-0. Looking for a 2-0?
Yeah, looking for a 2-0. I mean, this has been the entire storyline today, right? We had 5 games in WKS already, all 2-0s.
That's true. And here in the last one, Bins, you guys are just our toys. Wow, toys. That's a very big word to say, especially that we're playing a game, everyone. We're playing a video game. Telling them that they're your toys? Oh man, this is gonna be a good one for Ultra Rare versus Team Max. So I hope they see this first, right? They see both of those banters first before they head into the game, so that after the game, they can use that trash talk against them.
Definitely. Indeed, for both teams, because both teams, every single team today with their banter, they've been on point, right? They're bringing the heat, but of course on the gorge itself, maybe the gameplay maybe not similar to the banter. Yeah. I mean, it's at a point where, you know what, you gotta own your words, you gotta walk the talk here. And this is a huge statement from Team Max, huge statement from Ultra Rare, but we will see going into the banning and drafting how they fare in that gorge. And of course, it's a global ban pick. So best of 3, you're playing for points, 2 points will win.
Yeah, especially for these teams that are in the middle of the pack, the most important thing here for the teams is to win against the other side. Because if you're not going to win against the top 3 teams, oh, we're getting a close-up on the members here of Ultra Rare Esports, so this is good. They're playing in the same place. I love this. Every time I see these players on their jerseys playing on a couch, this is how you should play Honor of Kings. With friends, you have a couch, you have some food. That's how you should play it.
Yeah, the setup down there looking good for Ultra Rare Esports, and hopefully they are as ultra rare as they seem, right? Clean sweep, a deciding statement given out by the likes of Kenny, but now with the global ban and pick, they have taken out the Dolly, already very good ban to begin with, managing all the combos out from Team Max.
Oh yeah, and Team Max, you also see a bit of them. Most of their players here on the other camera, but Dolia getting banned. Luna has been quite a priority for this whole games that we've had for the day. Last series, even the last series, we've seen a Luna ban because they don't want the game to get snowballed by that Luna in the first game.
And there's just a lot of top tier heroes that you want to take out, right? At this point in stage in the game, there's still the Pei, there's still the Arlie, and of course, Arlie got banned as well. Diadea, a very good ban as well. At this point, as long as you ban something that you think would benefit your team, it's generally everything goes. Now, with the Mai Shiranui pick, we might see the Mai Yin combo coming out from the side of Ultra Rare. Now, Team Max, they are in a position to actually deny that away.
Ooh, gonna go for that Zhongfei. And are they gonna be denying that Yin on their side, or will they? Oh, they stick to their guts though for Team Max, but Ultra Rare, I think they would be okay with the specs. So the Yin is going to come out. It is going to be a combo. They have burst for the backline. So Team Max needs to find a way to stifle that from happening.
Yeah, an Ultra Rare, true to their region, right? Like what they have played in before. They go for the Pei, they go for the Mai Shiranui, they go for the Dharma as well. Wow, that's a lot of setup and knockups coming out. But these are all squishies. Now, Team Max, they could have went for the Yi Xing to combo with the Zhang Fei and the Ogren, but they go for the Shi instead. They are more worried about the lack of control coming out for the Pei. It's coming from an early snowball point of view. Pei will have that early game aggressiveness.
Oh, this is going to be hard though, especially if you're picking up a shirt and against a Mai Shiranui. It's a losing fight most of the time because you don't have damage in the early game. Yes, you will have a way to stop them from going in your backline, but that's just a one-way ticket. Once you missed it, it's not going to work out for the shirt, especially that they move really fast here for the side of Ultra Rare.
Yeah, and that Silk imprint, right? That first skill that you're talking about, it's so important. And definitely Silky Beauty as well. It is so important that you land it because you can only have one shot and it's a single target skill. So if you don't land it on the correct target or if you miss, there goes your only attempt.
Yeah, you're done. Your team is done. Everybody's going to be dead if ever that happens because of how fast this composition is going to go for Ultra Rare. Look at them. They even denied the Mayan and even denying the Sun Tzu for their side so that they won't really have those fighting power. They're forcing their hand to pick up the Byron against this Dharma.
Yeah, and of course, Byron would be okay against the Dharma, but it's not that prime matchup that you want. So those bans are really good. Now, Ultra Rare, they can't pump up the picks, right? They have yet to pick up the farm laner. They have yet to pick up their support. And they can actually go for an extremely mobile lineup if they wish to do so. They will be going for the Marco Polo. So that's a level of trap that they have, right? With the cannon coming in from the side of Mozi, that's a lot of setup.
Yeah, this is a lot of setup and also a lot of ways to combo perfectly for their side, and they even picked up the Motsu so that they have the pressure on the back lines from the long range. They use the Kacho Sen from the Mai Shiranui, and the Motsu is also there to just get those backlines uncomfy. Because remember, they have the Lady Sun, they have the Shi, so it's gonna be really hard for this two to even play.
Yeah, and for Ultra Rare Esports, they have a lot of permutations and combinations of jumping in. But for Team Max, what I like is they have a very solid team fight lineup, right?
That's
They
good.
have the Ogren for sustained damage. There's a lot of sustain coming out. There's a lot of survivability. And if they're taking a 5-on-5 fight, Team Max will win. But what we have seen today is that most teams, they don't like to go for these 5-on-5 fights. If they can get the map advantage, if they can play the map correctly, they don't need to take a team fight ever. They will just destroy objective by objective.
Yeah, they're going to be slowing things down here. That's what's going to happen in this game, and most likely what they want to do here. And if Team Max wants to go for those team fights, Ultra Rare Esports has a lot of way of going out of those team fights. There's a lot of dashes in this composition, so they are on an uphill battle here for their side. Again, it's going to be a challenge, but they're willing to take it. Ultra Rare versus Team Max, this is going to be game 1.
At game 1, final series, both teams going for the standard lanes. No lane swaps happening in the early stages of the game. The invasions are very important, but if you take a look at the fun facts here, right? Ultra Rare Esports is a newly formed team, right? And these players are all new, and they want to be a team that you gotta have to watch.
Yeah, they are a team that you have to watch. They're in the same region as Impunity Esports, so they are probably going in practices with them, so they know how to move around the map pretty well. And what I really want about this though is that they are trying to stop as much resources to go to the hands of Vince, and they were successful for a bit there, and they are trying to take this Azure buff, and they're very well aware they're gonna try to take this fight level 3 on both sides. So they have to be careful. Vince was able to take it, but at what cost? He loses his life because of it.
Yeah, level 4 advantage for Bins, but Conductor Soul's not able to just turn the tides there. Kenny will actually get the first blood. That's a lot of net worth swing for Ultra Rare Esports, right? And what do they do with it? And we see Y20, he gets pushed into the turret. That's going to be a bit of a problem in the later stages of the game, where Kashimo is actually a very good disrupt tool. I've not talked about this Guan Yu yet. It's a very good disrupt, but look at this.
That's going to be a kill. Lady Sun is dead. He won't be able to move around there. Chigiri was just caught lacking in the bot side.
Yeah, and he was hugging the turret. There's like no other way that you could have survived there. You're just relying on your teammates to help you. But speaking of reliance, right, you are relying on us to give you the codes, and the code is there right now. Just go to HOK, click on your menu, and just input that code. You can get up to an epic skin.
Yeah, here's the codes, everybody. Just check that out, and you will be able to get an epic skin. I think there was a punch that happened in the top side. Yes, there was. Y20 was able to get that truth on Kashimo, and he was dead. Look at this chase. Atashi getting chased down by Ultra Rare Esports, but they're not going to continue. Just a bit of a long-range engage there.
Yeah, already a 1,000 gold advantage for Ultra Rare Esports. This is 3 minutes into the game, right? You give that kind of advantage to a Pei, to a Dharma, they're gonna be able to one-shot you, and they're gonna be able to play as solo units. Given the fact that they have so much mobility, they can play the map a lot better. This gives a lot of space who will spill over to Flick on Marco Polo, just securing the rest of the game. They don't need a frontliner if they can play just divided.
Yeah, they can just play out of any engages coming in from most of the members here, which is very possible for Ultra Rare. They have an engage from the Dharma, they have one from the Mai Shiranui, so Flick is just gonna go in, and nobody's there to help out Chigiri. Another kill, and Bridal Outburst cleansed out from Flick, but he's not gonna survive this. He's pretty much dead.
A good trade, but Chigiri at this point is just dying
gets
solo.
the knock up though. Bin's gonna be chased down, take inside the box with a flash. That was a perfect counter, but good thing Kashimo was there to save the day, and he's gonna try to go and maybe go for a chase, but Team Max already saved their jungler.
Yeah, the invasion coming out from Ultra Rare Esports. Chigiri, right? We were talking about him using that flash already, rolling raid, already gone. Cleanse, yeah, gone from Flick as well.
Yep, got the Cannon Blast. Doesn't have enough damage, so this is not going to go for a kill. Teleportation Circle is available, but Team Max was already at that Tyrant, and they took it easily.
Yeah, Team Max, they're recovering very well. And 12,000 already. Teams are neck and neck in terms of net worth. And Team Max, if I said that if they get a 5-on-5, they're going to win. But in the later scaling as well, in the grand scheme of things, if they hold on to the turrets, they also win. So Chigiri dying was not too big of a deal, right? Lady Sun,
Yeah.
eventually you get funnel farm, and Marco Polo is not that hard of a right click hero compared
Yeah.
to what the Lady Sun brings to the board.
Yeah, he's not a late game hero. Most of the time, you just use him to go for engages, and if your composition really relies on engages, he's gonna be a good marksman. But in the late game, Shigiri is just gonna have a lot more value. But this time around, I'm currently liking what Team Max is doing here. They're just not really funneling resources like what the other teams do. Man, this is very different from the last games that we've had because they're looking pretty equal, but it's just that ultra rare esports are just making use of the map awareness and they're just taking some buffs away out of bins.
Yeah, and that's gonna be huge, right? Not having that Azure buff to fight, not having that Crimson buff to fight, that's a lot of key utilities gone from your enemy as well. And now you have 2 buffs on your side. As the Torment will be picked up by 120, this might mean a timing here. He does teleport to the bottom side.
Yeah, they might be able to go for the fight here. They have the teleportation circle also for Kashimo, but will they go for the chase down? Right now, there's 5 people right here in the bottom side, but Y20 is looking for a battle, but it's not gonna happen yet because Team Max already knows that they're there, so they're not gonna take that space. They're not gonna take that fight.
Yeah, good response coming out from Team Max. Hatashi's positioning is so important for the disrupt. He needs to keep vision on Y20 at all times and make sure that Law is unable to land these cannon barrages. Now, Lifo is also starting to become a threat, right? 3.6 thousand, Mai Shiranui, it's always scary. But now you have to look at Pei. Pei needs to be fighting the Lady Sun or finding Zhou Fang. If you're taking a look at Bins, you're not going to be able to destroy him. You're not going to be able to burst him down.
Oh yeah, they're looking for it. I have the Phoenix already built for Bins. So he's going to be taking less damage, getting a bit more regeneration. Think inside the box was used. Nothing to answer with, but at least they had the unbridled outburst onto the backline. They got the kill out of Flick, and that is a 1-for-0.
Yeah, 1-for-0 with the turret being taken. I mean, ultra rare, they're trying to emulate? I mean, replicate their predecessors. Like, they are trying to be Impunity right now, going for these objectives, but they're getting traded, right? Team Max are doing a good job. Flash has been used by Y20 here.
Yeah, what? Y20 gonna go back away. He's gonna be dead. Y20 is just gonna be taken down, but Hatashi is also gonna get knocked out of the way, out of the game, just for them to follow through. Right now, Ultra Rare kind of looking for a fight, but it's still a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and these trades have been going back and forth. It's still anyone's game. Net worth-wise, they're very equal, but you have to know that Ultra Rare, they need to play this map advantage, and currently they're not doing so, right? Team Max, they have the rotations on point, and they look a lot better than yesterday against Paradise Esports. So right now, Chigiri, he's going to be the prime target. He needs to be able to sniff this out.
Yeah, they have to be careful though. Ultra Rare needs to play this and fast, because if they don't play this fast, Shigiri is just gonna reach critical mass, and that is what's scary about this. Look at the push coming in with a heroic charge from Kashimo. They're gonna be trying, but the tank inside the box is stopping him from getting any charges. But on the back though, going for the chase, they go for the back line. Shigiri's gonna be dead, and Kenny is gonna be next, but it's all okay for the team because they got a 2-for-0 already, or it's a 2-for-1 because Jafang was able to get one more.
And Flick using that Fever Barrage to secure that Tyrant buff for his team there. And both teams, yeah, they played that very well. But the thing is, Razor Cavalry couldn't find more than one target. That Razor Cavalry needs to be huge, and it was used already. Could have disrupted Kenny at that point. And the fact that Kenny was allowed to run into the back lines, Chigiri just melted.
Yeah, and it was really fast here. Ultra Rare was so good at starting up those fights, but with what happened there, a bit of a mistake, but it's okay. They still win in the end anyway. And what's hard about playing a Guan Yu, especially if you're against a Motsu, is that once he drops the tank inside the box, you won't be able to get charges. And it's so scary to have no charges whenever you're playing a Guan Yu.
Yeah, you need that mobility, you need that freedom to run around, right? Horses love to run around, and that's what Kashimo is trying to do right now. But Zhou Fang, right? I love this from him. He's having a good game. And when the Shi is having a good game, it opens up a lot of catch opportunity with the Silky Beauty, with the catches coming through. And now, I like this from Kenny as well. He's playing on the top side of the map. We saw this from Impunity. And now that macro play answered by Kashimo. T-Max, they respond.
Yeah, they just need to play this game. I think they just need to go for the top lane. Just make sure that they will be getting some attention on their side. 10 seconds on the clock before the objective. And while this is happening, the wave on the top side is already pushing. So that's a smart play from them because most of the members of Team Max won't be able to answer that. And they will have the man advantage here in this fighting inside the box. What a perfect one. Unbridled Outburst a bit too late to save Jofang. And while that's happening, Shigiri got killed in action by Y20. And this is a free Shadow Tyrant for the side of Ultra Rare.
Yeah, and that initiation was off the back of Kashimo rotating to that top lane. Knowing that Guan Yu needs to respond to the pressure, they actually mount up. They ramp up that ability to take that team fight. That flash was used together with Think Outside the Box, and definitely they found two so easy because Guan Yu was not there to disrupt.
Yeah, just one mistake, and now the push on the mid lane. Second tier is already down. And they're going to be looking for that placement on Guan Yu. Kashimo, a bit too scary of a play that he's doing here. Doesn't need to do this because there's nobody to follow up.
Yeah, there's not an enemy within sight. There's not a
he
teammate within
tries.
sight.
Kashimo might be dead here. A bit too close on that HP. That knockup from Lifo almost got him.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Ultra Rare Esports need to do, right? Look at Flick's positioning. He's playing on the bottom lane. He's gonna push the advantage if he can because he's that mobile of a hero. And they were looking for mobile characters. Marco Polo, Fever Barrage, yes, might
gonna
be
try
huge.
Fever Barrage with a frigid charge. Got the slow, got the kill. Binz is down, and they might be able to look for more. But no, Kenny, not gonna get pulled. But this tower in the bot lane is gonna get put down.
Yeah, that turret is not long for life. Your Ultra Rare Esports, they get all the outer turrets already. They're going to set their sights really on the inner turrets. Whether or not they take the Shadow Overlord, they do have the map advantage to do so.
Yeah, Y20 has the flash though, so they might be able to start this on Shigiri. This mid lane tower is going to go down. They tried to go for the Unbridled Outburst, but he was cancelled. Atashi, I saw the idea that he wanted to do there, but because of that Cannon Blast, he was cancelled. Kashimo was going to be next. He doesn't have any flash. No flash for this guy. He does have the sprint, so he's just dead there.
Yeah, that was just looking for an opportunity, but destroyed by the slightest mistake. That opening made by Ultra Rare Esports in canceling that Unbridled Outburst. It could have been the space that Kashimo needed for that flank. But now that flank was just caught. And now, Ultra Rare Esports, they get the Shadow Overlord. The Vanguards will be joining. Those are the purple dragons that
Feels
deal
bad.
a lot of damage. Yeah, so it's going to be a lot of lane pressures. 7,000 gold advantage.
Not really the cleanest, but Ultra Rare Esports is, as you said, they're playing like Impunity, they're playing the map, but there's a sprinkle more kills just because of their composition that they built, and that's why they're looking for more. Right now, Team Max need to be very scared about what they can do here. Top side is going to get pushed. No answers from their side. They got the Cannon Blast. Think inside the box. Goes for Kashimo. But he was able to get the ult still. They got the damage, but look at the back line. They're going to go for the chase. They got the flash. They got the damage, but will they get more? They got pushed right out to their base. And that's not good because Kenny is trying to finish the game, but the minions have been cleared. And it's a 3-4-2. Good timing for Team Max.
Yeah, there was a bit of miscommunication there for Ultra Rare Esports, going a bit too close to that enemy base, right? Just getting caught out by the Kashimo. Great clean think inside the box. They had the damage to end the game, but going for the enemy throats here, going for Chigiri might not have been the play. They were shoved in, and the damage was just a bit too much to handle.
Yeah, it's a bit too early because what they do know, they probably knew it because nobody used Flash ever since. That's why Jafang, that's why Chigiri was able to get the Flash away. I mean, Splendor for Jafang, but they were ready to go out of the way for the Flash. The engage from Lifo and Y20 could have been good if they didn't have any Flash. Now, the engages would be better because no flashes for Chigiri, so he's going to be an easier target.
Yeah, but this means that they don't have any flashes of themselves as well, right? Because Y20, he used that flash to engage. He used that flash to actually jump in towards that back line. So that Shadow Tyrant will be going the way of Ultra Rare Esports. But what Team Max doesn't know is they are actually at prime position. That's their power spike right now. They're 14 minutes into the game. It's actually like a 5-on-5 team fight, but they don't contest.
Yeah, they need to go for the fight though. Right now, Shigiri is in critical mass, probably has the Daybreaker at this point, and Team Max, they need to take this fight. They need to start the fight right now together with his Zhongfei, but Kashimo, a bit too far away. He has been caught. He will be able to run away, yes, but he's gonna get chased down. Kenny is here, might be able to slow him down for just a bit. They're gonna get pushed back right there. The heroic charge with the Razor Cavalry, but it's not gonna work. Killing spree for their side, and look at the chase here from Law. Got the stun on 2. That's a big Cannon Blast flank. Is gonna go for the chase. Rigid charge with that stun is gonna work out, but he had the blood rush. They got the timing. This is good. They might be able to take the fight. Chigiri is on the backline, getting some damage on their members, and they are still pretty much alive here, and he is getting pulled. Y20 needs to back off. Lots of members from Ultra Rare are super low.
Yeah, and those slight bit of indecisions, right, coming out from Team Max. When Kashimo was getting chased by the rest of the team, there was a collapse opportunity. They could have pincered onto Ultra Rare Esports because they were caught by Kashimo's flank. And definitely, yeah, they had that team fight. They could have won. Flick was super low, Lifo was super low, Law was taken out. If they fought together with Kashimo, they would have won that 5-on-5. They did not, they weren't aware of their own power spike, and they didn't go for the team fight. We saw Bins having a bit of indecision there, going back and forth between Kashimo. If they just commit, that was that slight bit.
Yeah, that was the timing though. Vince could have went in and get the front line here so that Chigiri and Jufang would be able to chase down. But remember, they don't have any flash anymore for Jufang, and they know that from the side of Ultra Rare. They have flash on Y20, they have flash for Lifo, so that's why they're starting to go for this fight right here. Look at the pull. They're trying to go for that chase, but they already got what they wanted, the Overlord.
Yeah, and at this point, right, Team Max, they need to turn up, they need to defend their base. That bottom lane tier 3 is the only thing left for the side of Ultra Rare Esports. So definitely they're gonna get it. It's already at half HP, they can definitely burst it down. But what Team Max have to do is trade that turret for kills, right? They can potentially win a team fight if they overcommit for this turret right now. That's your opening back into the game.
You can start. But right now, it's been slowing down. They're not even throwing the Shadow Vanguard at any point. Oh, there you go. It's in the bot side. So there you go. Shadow Vanguard is on the bot side of the map. So they're going to be waiting for that push. They're going to be waiting for that wave. This first Vanguard could be their opening for the side of Ultra Rare to start the fight.
Yeah, Ultra Rare, they want to be the first ones to engage, but Team Max, they need to counter-initiate very well. That Unbridled Outburst, something that you need to look out for.
Yep, Kenny pushing them away. Might be able to get this down with the Cannon Blast. Already used the Unbridled Outburst. That was big. No Unbridled Outburst before this fight. This is good. For the side of Ultra Rare, they can start the fight right now. They didn't even need to expend the flash. They can go in onto the backline if ever they want to. Kenny gonna go for the chase down right now in front. There's a lot of damage coming in, but they have nothing on the backline. Y20 whipped a bit on that Truth Mantra, and there you go. There's the knock up onto the back, but it's not gonna work out. It's still working front to back for the side of Team Max, but it is been shattered, and here they come. Shigiri has the Sage's Sanctuary, so he can survive if ever damage comes in. Kenny pops it over, and they are still not done. 2 people are down from the side of Ultra Rare, and Team Max are fighting back.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, they were going for the 5-on-5, and for the first time, Kashimo's flank was actually so crucial. If you're taking a look at the positioning, Kashimo was in the thick of things, making sure that Flick could not deal the damage. Fever Barrage, of course, eventually taken out by Kashimo, but the Fever Barrage came out a second too late. It could have destroyed Team Max's entire composition. Kashimo has been playing for this entire moment, and now with the Shadow Tyrant out and available, they will want to take it, but look at Y20's positioning.
Oh, they're not going to be taking this. They will not be able to take it. They're trying to threaten the top side. Yes, they were able to take down the tower in the bottom side a while ago, so this is going to be a way harder fight for Team Max, but because they were able to take that Tyrant, they can take this fight. Look at this. Ominous Premonition already for Chigiri, so he's not going to get easily taken down, and they are on critical mass. This is going to be a harder fight for Ultra Rare Esports to take.
Yeah, that is going to be a hard fight, hard 5-on-5. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the first Tempest game of Wildcard King Spring Series. And this is huge. That 20-minute marker, it's going to be a 5v5 fight, right? You want to prioritize the Tempest Dragon no matter what. Those dragons deal so much damage and they shred your turrets. This is the comeback opportunity for Team Max. This is their only opening.
They need 2 big wins here for Team Max in order for them to finish this. So they need to take the Tempest Dragon, win the fight, then try to whittle down all the turrets here coming in from Ultra Rare Esports. But right now, they are threatening this space and we still have 15 seconds before it starts.
Yeah, White 20, he has been in this bush for a very long time, not being able to get spotted out. And definitely if they want to go, it might be a trap play.
Wait, I think he's gonna get caught here. He has been seen, so with that, they already have information. If he didn't move, could have been an opportunity to go for the kill for Chigiri, but they have the flashes already, so they are still gonna be pretty much safe. And look at the threat of the position here. They're already starting the Tempest Dragon, and they have some people right here. Y20 is gonna be the target. They have the Unbridled Outburst. They're gonna push them back, but Chigiri doesn't have the Sage's Sanctuary anymore, so they have to be careful in this fight.
Oh, Kenny. And Kenny forces down the bottom lane. This means that Team Max, they have to be on the defensive side. So Ultra Rare Esports, they get a brief reprieve, right? 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to actually burst down the Tempest Dragon. Do they have the damage here, though?
Yep, they got the Cannon Blast, got some damage. Would be able to go for the pushing inside the box, got Bins! This is good, they are able to push him back. They're gonna be taking the Tempest Dragon, but at the backline, Joe Fong has been killed, and the Tempest Dragon has been taken. This is gonna be over. Ultra Rare Esports is gonna go bulldoze the front line. Vince is gonna go down. Sage's Sanctuary has been popped. Shigiri's in front, but on the backline, here it comes, the Fevered Barrage coming in from Flick, flicking the shots right out of Chigiri's head, and that is dead right on track. And that is Ultra Rare Esports looking for those fights. They got the Tempest Dragon, they got the win, and now they're gonna take the crystal.
Yeah, and that was a nail biter of a game. It fell to the Tempest Dragon. Could have been anyone's game at that point, right? Flick getting that finish on the Tempest Dragon. The Fever Barrage timing was done extremely well onto Chigiri as well. Zoning onto Chigiri was super important, right? He was the late game source of physical damage, but that smite miss coming out from the side of Bins, he was in it. He had the Conductor of Souls. He had the smite. He had the advantage. And that was a costly mistake for Team Max because I felt that they were going to get it.
Yeah, and I was looking at Y20 the whole time here, Roman, because if he finds a fight, it's just that the camera was not there, but killing Jufang was the first step and pushed Chigiri away because there was nothing in front of Chigiri. That was very smart. And now in the end there, they were just looking for Chigiri. They had the dashes in the end, and killing him was the first step. But also, the other thing that they did here was that they stopped Bins. They used the tank inside the box against Bins so that he won't be able to move and try to contest the Tempest Dragon. And that's why they were able to take it.
Yeah, but despite all that, right, the Conductor Souls was there. The smite opportunity was there. And I felt that, yeah, it was a world where Bins could have landed the smite.
It was
and
close.
the game could have completely changed. It was really down to that last second. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had the first close game of WKS, right? Yeah, they are really neck and neck. Kashimo constantly trying to find that opportunity on the Guan Yu. I really like what he's doing, but it just feels like they're not as well oiled when it comes to taking those team fights. There was a lot of opportunity there. Like, they won the team fight already, and they didn't kind of help Kashimo.
Yeah, it was a very tough game, to be honest, because they were doing a lot of things. They were trying a lot of things here to work out for the team, but it wasn't really enough for them to really go the lengths for Team Max. Because remember, even if they take the Tempest Dragon there, they have to win another fight just because they need to take the towers down first, and it will be enough time for Ultra Rare Esports to come back. And it's just piled up and piled up. But again, as you said, it was a close game. Everybody got Sage's Sanctuary in the end there. It was at that point of the game. That's why it was really hard for us to tell who's really going to be winning.
Yeah, it was 50-50 up till the end, right? Max, we said that their team fight potential is really good. That 5-on-5, they shine. And Ultra Rare Esports, they did find the break within that 5-man team. They segmented the team fights very well with Y20's Bush's positioning into Joe Fong as well. And Kenny, of course, he was very consistent on this pay. He would be applying pressure cross map, even in the later stages of the game, showing that pay is not just this early game aggressive tool, right? Pei does so well in the mid to late stages with that mobility. With the farm that you get, you provide so much threat. And of course, the MVP will go towards this man right here on the Tiger, on Pei.
Yeah, Kenny, 7-1-8, 22% damage taken on 21% too. And total gold will be 24%. And Kenny did a lot of work here for the team. And remember, even during the start of the game, we have been talking about him because of what he was doing on the top side. He was making sure that the top side was pushed. He was making sure that the bottom lane minions were pushing so that they would be able to take the objective first.
Yeah, and step one of the clean sweep plan by Kenny, well, he did say that he wanted a clean sweep, and of course, he's already fulfilled half of it, right? You just need to win one more game. So Kenny, my man, you gotta do this one more time, but global ban Pei. You can't do this on the Pei anymore.
Yeah, you would need to have something else, another assassin maybe. If Kenny really loves playing it, he's holding his hand, man. He's just. Oh man, that was a workout, probably. That's what he was saying.
He's holding hands like he's like, somebody stop me, all right? Because I'm gonna destroy them.
This hand is gonna do something crazy.
Yeah, watch out, hold me back, and he's holding his wrist to make sure that I don't destroy them too hard. Yeah, he held back a little bit. Yeah, that's what Kenny is with that banter coming through.
Oh man, good guy Kenny, But Kenny really did so well in this game. After this, we're gonna be looking at the highlights and what happened during that game. It was a lot of pressure for Team Max. They had a really good composition, to be honest with you, because they had a lot of tools to go for those team fights. And I was expecting a lot more of a stompy game from Ultra Rare Esports because their composition want to go for that early game. Because you can see later on in the highlights, you can see how they struggle in the late fights because their composition wasn't built for it.
Yeah, the composition is not meant for those late game team fights at all. If you take a look at the starting, yeah, they did have a lot of moments. Fever Barrage, very good value onto bins as well, right? And that's something that they had to worry about even till the later stages of the game. And this is the point where I felt that they could have helped. There was a bit of indecision down there into not collapsing onto Kashimo. That team fight was already set up for them to take. And this think inside the box, very good. But this overcommit could have cost Ultra Rare Esports the game because they were pushed into the enemy's base.
Yeah, that push in the base was so smart from Kashimo. He was looking for that the whole game. But again, that's the reason why. You told it a while ago. 12 minutes into the game, they could have finished it. But because they overcommitted, they were not able to finish that game, and the game went blanks, and this is where they struggled. They tried to break the formation in the backline, but they didn't have enough damage anymore to burst down the right targets.
Yeah, and at that point, 17 to 18 minutes, right? Just ignoring the map pressure that Ultra Rare Esports have, if you just take a look at the lineups, you would say that T-Max, it's their game to lose because this is 20 minutes in the game. Their lineup is perfect for this, but yet it was segmented so well. Take a look at this team fight. The Fever Barrage only coming in when needed onto Chigiri as well, taking out the Sage's Sanctuary. That physical damage was not able to be there. Cannon Barrage as well, just layering on into the backlines. Just perfect utility usage from Ultra Rare.
Yeah, what's so good about that, he was hiding on that brush. He was hiding on the brush so he could go into that Crimson buff lair and then use the Fever Barrage to surprise Chigiri. That was such a smart play here. I want to see that again from Ultra. I mean, we're not going to see it again because they don't have a Marco Polo anymore, but we're going to be seeing those types of plays again from Ultra Rare Esports. It's not as polished as what Impunity has, but they have it in their side. I think they have the same play style in a way like Impunity Esports, and it's good to see that on a different team.
Yeah, it is really good to see that Ultra Rare Esports, they're evolving. And this is the beauty of regular season, right? Teams are not set by the first game that they play.
Yeah.
They evolve throughout the season as well, and you can see a different product coming out after the regular season. When they go to the playoffs, you might see a different version of Ultra Rare Esports. They might be even better. You might see Team Max, they might be even better because they learn so much from the counterparts. You learn from the best. Impunity, Fearless, Pause Gaming, they might be destroying everyone right now, but still there's a timing for the other teams to catch up.
Yeah. Remember, it's a round robin. They're going to be learning a lot of things for the whole duration of this tournament. So they have a chance to come back. They have a chance to strike back against the stronger teams. So the goal is for these teams is to learn a lot from the other teams. Then once they get to the playoffs, they would need to... The goal is not to get the 7th and 8th place. That's the goal. Once you get there, the playoffs could be a bit easier because of what you learn.
Yeah, and of course, there's always beauty in competition. We were talking about this off stream as well. And this is the beauty of competition, right? You always have competitors rising up. You can't always be the top dog for long unless you're talking about, all gamers from KPL, of course. Yeah, but still, I mean, in other regions, you can see the evolution as well. So the evolution of the meta is something that we're very looking forward to see. Whether or not they find their own pacing, something that could take on the top metas, right? We're talking KPL, we're talking KWC, because the winner of WKS, they do go to KWC, they do play off, and they represent this entire region's hopes and dreams here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they're the only ones. The other regions have 3 people, or rather 3 teams. So this is a lot of pressure for the wildcard team. So they need to be the best of the region to fully represent what this region is capable of. And honestly, it could be any one of these teams at this point because anybody could still win it. And I really love to see that these teams are discussing what they need to do next. And right now, I think Team Max would have to find a way to maybe smoothen it out and have a better early game compared to the last game.
Yeah, and of course, this level of pressure in the stages of the top level competition is to be expected, right? Because with pressure comes diamonds. And definitely for Team Max, they're facing a lot of pressure right now, currently unable to put a point in their leaderboard scores. But now Ultra Rare Esports, they have something to prove. Newly formed organization. First, pure Burmese organization from Ultra Rare. And I'm very excited for this representation.
Interesting. Banning the Lady Sun on the 2nd pick is interesting for me. For Team Max, they don't want that late game power because Shigiri was a monster a while ago. Wasn't just able to release the full Super Saiyan 3 or maybe even 4. But it was enough to threaten the members of Ultra Rare Esports here, but they're denying a lot of the picks. But Arlie is open, so they might be able to pick that up. And even Mai Shiranui, they just have to choose one.
Yeah, I mean, Arlie is gonna be the pick, right? It's a top band, top pick. They do get the Arlie. Ultra Rare Esports, you have a lot of answers for it. You can go for something along the lines of a Chano if you want to go for it. You do pick up the Diadia, and Diadia Chano is actually a very strong combination as well because you can match the rotations very well, but they go for the Mayin instead. They want to have that burst damage versus that Arlie.
Yeah, Mai Shiranui is gonna get picked here for sure, right? Dharma, Mai, Arlie for Team Max for sure. Just because Ultra Rare Esports can't pick it again. So wait, they go with the Lady Jun. Wait, no, I mean, Team Max was the one who picked the shit from last time.
Yeah. So Ultra Rare, I mean, they can't pick the Mai Shiranui, right? They won't have the combo available. So Mayin, I mean, yeah, you have one half of the combo, but it's going to be lacking at that point. I think they really need to pick up a good farm laner right now. If not, they are going to lose a lot of options. If they go with something else, it might be the jungler, but they go with the Yi-Sing.
Yeah. If they don't really need a lot of resources on most of the other laners, the mid laner, the Clash laner, I think an Yi-Sing is good. They would need somebody to carry for Ultra Rare Esports because the damage will be lacking on this first 3 picks. I mean, these are good picks. They have a lot of setups from the Yi-Sing. They have the Mayin to clean up, but they need to find a way to get damage on the last 2 picks.
I gotta disagree though, because take a look at what Team Max is doing. They're taking away the options for the damage, right? Like if I were Team Max, if I were their coach right now, T-Renjie, ban it. Chano, ban it out because it's super great combos with Diadea, and you could have had that. Now with Yixing as well. I mean, I get what Ultra Rare Esports are doing, like putting it on the board, like the board is there. The world is my board is there. You can go for the Byron if you wish. You can go for, you cannot go for the Dharma again. You can go for the Elaine as well. The board and Elaine Death at Sunset is also a pretty good setup.
I think what they need to do is no, they don't need to pick the Shadow right now. They need to pick a more priority pick in the first one, or they could put get the Chano now, then find a counter on that last pick. So good. At least now they have damage. Together with the leader stance in the world is my board, everybody's going to be scared about getting in that board because there's a lot of damage going to come through their side. And also, Chano is a good counter to the Arlie. So this is already good for Ultra Rare.
Yeah, they lucked out right there, right? Team Max didn't ban out the Chano. They chose to ban out the Jing instead. Oh man, you guys are lucky, man. Like I would have say that was a fatal banning and drafting. That's the slight bit of difference that you see in WKS when it comes to the bans. They aren't as sharp when it comes to taking out the enemy combo. For Max, they do go for the Agudo, and honestly, the Agudo would have been great last game, not this game. Yeah, because Agudo is a very strong combo with the Guan Yu because of the fact of the push and pull that you have with Furball alone.
That's true.
Yeah, but Lian Po, I don't think you can fulfill it. But Dharma, yeah, I think you can try.
Are they gonna Luna? I remember Team Max banning Luna last game. Oh, Kenny's asking, can I play Luna, coach? Can I play Luna? Okay.
It's already out of the map, bro. It's already out of the map. It's already banned.
Oh, right.
Okay, banned Luna and Jing already.
Okay. I got excited for a bit there. But he's gonna go for the Lamb. Okay. That's good. I think having an assassin on their composition will be good. Especially they have like 3 targets on that Arlie. They have the Dharma, they have the Lady Jun to go for the target. But they also have the Agudo and the Lian Po. So it might be a bit hard, but it's okay. Honestly, this Lamb in this composition is okay.
Looking at this draft alone, I'm going to call it here already. Dash.
Oh, yeah?
We're going to get the first game 3 of the season, right? Team Max's draft, if you lose with this, I mean, Ultra Rare Esports, they did something amazing or you guys did something totally bad. Because right now, you have Agudo, you have Dharma, Lady Zhen, and Lian Po the frontline, and you have the strongest tier S pick in that farm lane.
Oh, yeah. And if ever, I think one of the only things that they could use here for Ultra Rare Esports is almost the same thing as what they did during Game 1. What they need to do, find a way to snowball, find a way to deny Kashimo resources so that they would be able to make use of that level 4 advantage of a Lamb and find some pickups around the map.
Team Max's job is extremely simple. Their level of execution is very simple. Just don't die. Don't greed for your own resources. Just don't die. And speaking about resources, right? Look below. There's resources for you guys to take. Just go and grab it and key in the code.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Redeem the code, everybody. Just take a look at that, and you will have a chance to redeem a code for yourselves. But again, as these things are happening, Ultra Rare Esports would need to find a way to make sure that the late game doesn't happen. Because if Chicory gets to critical mass, this game is over. So they would just need to get that and always be careful of the ultimates. Because the ultimates here for the side of Team Max are really big. The Lady Jun and even the Dharma will have a lot of ways to set up fights for them. And they have to be scared about that. Right now, they're going to try to go for this fight though. Bins gonna try to go for the steal, but it's not gonna, or actually, they were able to work things out for a bit there, and that is a steal from Bins.
Yeah, Bins, I mean, already at this point, Ultra Rare Esports, I feel that they do need that gold advantage, right? Then your lineup requires a net worth advantage. Sure, they do have a lot of poke potential with the Chano and the Diadea, but it's gonna fall apart very fast if Bins gets accelerated. You don't know how much Aguro can do, guys. Aguro is one of the scariest junglers right now, and if Bins plays this correctly, it's gonna be pure magic here.
Yeah, he can bully pretty much anyone in the jungle. And that's what he did a while ago. Kenny just got bullied. He got stolen from, and his blue buff was not there anymore. And look at how fast he's clearing all these jungles. This is good. What's good about Aguro is because he can clear it pretty fast, could go to fights really fast, and that's why it's going to be pretty scary at this point for them if ever Vince is just let alone.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Rare Esports, there's a lot of entryways into this. They do have certain amount of displacement, certain amount of team fights as well. Team Max, they have to be super out of position though. And Ultra Rare Esports, they need to force these errors with the macro plays that they did in the previous game. If Y20 plays like the previous game where he's able to find these pushes in the timings, he is not as tanky as just now, but as a Mayin, he provides a threat of damage, right? Provides a threat of trying to potentially solo you down 1v1.
That's interesting. Look at the first item here from Shiguri. He went in for that Spark Forge dagger. While that is happening though, there's a fight that is happening here on the blue buff. They're trying to deny it out of the place here from Kenny, but it's not gonna happen yet again. But they have good positioning for the 30-second mark on that Tyrant. Look at that knock-up. They're going to try to push his tower on the bot lane. They do have the power, though. They have the wild growth. So it's going to be fast for the team Kenny. Going to try to get some damage in. Tremor Smash still available. Just pushes them back away for a bit. 15 seconds on that Tyrant.
Great vision coming out from Hitachi to actually stop Kenny from jumping into the back lines, right? He was trying to look for a squishy, but Hitachi is not the target that you want to go for. And very good response coming out from Y20 to respond to the pressure coming out from Kashimo, because Kashimo actually stopped that teleportation circle, that arrival circle as well. He did not use it, and now he wanted to push that top lane, but Y20 responding. So they did not lose a turret right there.
You get a TP. They're going to go for this fight right here, a full 5v5. Vince has prime position in this one, but Kenny might be able to go for the steal. They got one, though. That's a perfect one onto the backline. They're waiting for the timing. They are going to be taking it, and that's good. That's Vince taking it in the end. They're losing a lot of the members. What a truth matchup on the back. Kashimo was able to clean house, and that is 3-4-1 in favor of the team here, and that is good for Team Max.
Yeah, Chano got a trade, right? Double kill coming out from Flick, but that's just pure mechanical skill alone. These 5v5s are gonna get tougher and tougher. If you take a look at the replay, yes, the board is used by Lethal, but it does not stop the furball from coming through. There's a lot of sustain, but the fact of the matter is, Flick is able to deal damage freely for now. They did not set their eyes on the Chano. They took out Lethal, Kenny, and Law, and that's gonna be even more targets for Max in the later stages of the game.
Really scary though. If Flick just gets here, if he gets a Daybreaker, he's gonna be way scarier than that Arlie, because look at the build that he's doing for Chigiri. He wants to flash farm, and that's good, but right now, flashing in with the Tremor Smash, oh man, it's not gonna be reaching out on a Mayin.
Yeah, Mayin just has that level of mobility, but I really like Team Max's response to the Mayin, sending this trio to the top lane to respond to the Mayin. Keep the check, keep that vision. Now, you do give Chano a certain type of farm.
What a board.
Oh my god, the board.
Okay, they're not gonna go for the kill though, but at least what was that board? That was perfectly timed. Look at the pushes here from both of our teams. Top side, bot side, they're looking for the full push, and both of their Clash laners wouldn't be able to do anything there, but never mind. Oh yeah, they got the 2 towers.
Yeah, they got the 2 towers indeed. That trade coming out, really favoring out Ultra Rare Esports because they did use the board, but now Kenny has the space.
Gonna go to the back line, pushes them back to their team, and that's good. Vince is gonna be next on the chopping block. They're gonna go for the kill. They got the knockback chicken. He's gonna go for the chase. They got the damage in. He's still pretty much alive, and Law would be looking for that bitter farewell, but it's not gonna work for now, but it's still a 3-4-2. It's still favoring Team Max, and Kashimo gonna go through Matcha, hits one, and he's gonna be dead. They got inside the board, but it's not gonna work out. It's still an ace for Team Max.
Yeah, those 5-on-5s, you can't fight them, right? Kenny got the pushback of the Sentry, took out Jill Fang, took out Bins, but now there's another problem on the board. It's Chigiri, that Arlie just shooting you down from the back line the same way that Flick was doing. Now they are going to keep on applying the pressure, and Ultra Rare Esports, they hold on to the resources for now, but if Team Max play this correctly, I mean, their draft is just way superior to what Ultra Rare has.
Yeah, I think Team Max with their draft, they have a lot of ways, or at least there's a lot more mistake tolerance from this draft. Even if they make a positioning mistake in the fights, it's still okay because they would be able to find a way to move past any of those mistakes compared to what they have here in Ultra Rare. If you miss a board, that's a big loss for the team, and that's a big cooldown right now. Chicory, a bit of a cooldown on his life because he's gonna be dead.
Yeah, and that mistake coming through, but
it's
the
not
board.
over. That is Hatashi over with a double kill. And while we're praising Team Max, they lose 2 people.
Yeah, and you were talking about the mistake tolerance, right? What is the mistake tolerance for Team Max? And I feel that that level stops at Chicory. If Chicory is the one to die, that entire comp falls apart. And that's why Ultra Rare, they responded in the best possible way, right? Taking out Chicory was the key to Team Max winning because he's the main damage dealer at that point. Aguro, yes. Kashimo, yes. But it's not going to be as consistent of damage coming out from Arlie. That's why she's such a top tier pick. If you can take her out consistently, Ultra Rare, you can win. But you got to do it like 2 to 3 more times.
Yeah, you need to be very careful about starting fights. Also with Kashimo around, dropkick, bit of a miss there just because he dashed out of the way. And while that's happening, onto the mid lane, they're just going to be taking out some buffs for their side. Tried to go for a very far one, but Hatashi is the only one going to get caught by that board. And the Tyrant is going to be taken here by Team Max.
Yeah, Team Max, they just need to slow roll this, not make a lot of mistakes, avoid the team fights, and if they do want to come on a 5-on-5, you do have the capability to take that 5v5, but you got to play the macro correctly, and Y20 has already set the stage on the top lane.
Yeah, look at the flash though. That is going to be it. Onto the backline, Truth Mantra gets one, but it's not going to be getting them the kills. What they wanted all along was just a tower on the bot lane, and that's good enough.
Yeah, that's great objective news for Team Max, but Ultra Rare Esports, right? They are responding very well with the level of macro as well. They are going to get a lot of pivotal damage on that top lane turret. If they clear it out, they have a lot of spacing. Now Y20, he has a spacing.
He was out of the brush. That's why he was seen. That could have been a smart play if he didn't go out of the brush, and Chiguri could have been caught, because remember, he has the Axe of Torment, he has the Pure Sky already. He could have bursted him down there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely at this point, the Daybreaker being picked up by both farm laners, it's gonna mean there's gonna be a poke battle, right? There's gonna be a lot of damage battle. But in the world of sustained damage, you can't really beat down the frontliners of Bins and Hatashi. Ultra Rare just melts a lot faster.
Yeah, gonna go in. World is my board, gonna get 2. And that's big. Out of the tower, they got the free damage, but the Meteor Signs coming in from Flick, having the double kill, make that a triple right there and then. And those were gold kills for them. That is a 3 for 2 coming in for Ultra Rare.
Yeah, 3 for 2. Really good pick off onto Chicory, getting that board onto Chicory. But I said it, they gotta do this 2 to 3 more times, and they gotta commit it. That's how weak of a draft that they have. But if they consistently find it, if they do it one more time, potentially this might be the game-winning point here. You see that board? Chicory was unable to deal damage. He was stuck in that back line. And look at the members of Ultra Rare Esports. They're all half HP. They're all low.
Oh, they got the Overlord. That's good. They were able to just back off while that fight was happening. I was kind of afraid. While that replay was playing, I was expecting Kashimo to start the fight there. If he got a good truth on Kenny, that could have been a steal for them. Nice try, though. Yeah. Nice try.
Yeah, Team Max, they have, I would say mid-game decision-making jitters, and I feel that, they're not willing to commit because maybe they're scared of making mistakes at this point. They can't distinguish what's a good or bad play, but I think it's more important that you're making these plays together, make mistakes as a team, and learn from the process, and Team Max, they need to start doing that.
3k gold lead just out of one fight coming in from Ultra Rare Esports. And this is what's scary about making mistakes, because one mistake could really just tank up your economy as a team. Kenny tried to go in on Jufeng there, but good thing the Ocean of Tears just went in. And while that's happening, Flick and Y20 are gonna go for the chase, and Bins is gonna get caught in it. And the Whirlwind is just going in for the members right here of Max. They're gonna go for the chase onto the backline. Kashimo went in with a Shrewd Matcha, not enough damage, but it will be enough to go for the kill. And Flick, no! The healing was just enough to make him survive.
Red team.
Okay, Chiguri died for the third time already, all right? He got caught out in a bad position. That caused Bins to die as well as losing these turrets. Now, that Chiguri's death is so important. I want to stress this, like, it's a lot of pressure as the early player. Your positioning, your spacing has to be great. And Ultra Rare, they've been punishing that out of position play coming out from Chiguri. You can't overextend too much for these pokes. You gotta play that sweet spot correctly. Your cooldowns have to be just perfect. Team Max, they're finding it hard to find those pockets.
Trying to take some vision. I think Hatashi just wants to take this. The Tyrant is available and Bins is already taking it. But because they had some presence at that area of the map, I think Kenny knows. He's gonna try and take this. Maybe go for the steal. They're trying to get any space that they can here. The World is My Board was able to get 2. But will they be able to steal? No. That is gonna be taken by Jufeng. But on the front line, they're just taking space. And they're taking kills. They're looking for more. But this is just the members right now. Ultra Rare Esports right now in front. Gonna take the kills, and that's a 2-0. And Ultra Rare wins the fight again.
And the same thing that happened just now. I mean, it's that mid-game decision jitter, right? They got the Tyrant buff. They could have taken that fight because Bins was kind of at full HP. Hatashi, he had the ultimate up, but he used the ultimate to escape instead. That 4v5 would have been in their favor if they actually fought it. But they did not. And that's what kind of surprised me because the members of Ultra Rare Esports, they were all low. They had the cooldowns all gone. Board was already used. There was no threat. And yeah, it just felt Team Max, they can't keep making this mistake.
They also have Tyrant. I am surprised that they're not taking fights when they had extra damage. I'm really surprised about that. Right now, nobody has been caught on the board. Everybody's speech, I say, from the side of Ultra Rare, but they want to take the fight. As you said, they're going in, they're gonna strive for it, but everybody on Ultra Rare is just backing away. Look at the spacing from Flick. While this is happening, Flick is just hitting a lot of the members right here in front. Chiguri's gonna go and try to take the fight. Y20 got killed, and that's good. And that's why you should take the fight. They can win those fights if they just took it a while ago.
Yeah, that was a lot of missed opportunities, right? Converting at 14 minutes, still, your lineup is good, your draft is good, but it's not that good to a point where you can combat the fact of the matter of losing these turrets, losing these objectives. These will add up. Sure, you do have those late game going for you. You can have that Shadow Overlord, but now it becomes much more important to take those fights. It's time to start shooting back, Team Max. It's very important right now.
Yeah, they're already taking this Overlord. I think Team Max understood that they can take the fight and they shouldn't be afraid because that fight was just a good example of why they should be taking those fights. Right now, Ultra Rare setting up for maybe a takedown here. If they get a pick off against the squishy members, Jufeng and Chiguri might be in danger.
Yeah, definitely. They do have the vision. That Shadow Overlord is on Jufeng. So if they do take him out, that Shadow Vanguard will not be around anymore. But 15 minutes into the game, right? It is where I feel that Team Max, they need to start grouping up and start doing activities as a team. It's not at a point where you should get picked off. You know Ultra Rare. Their lineup is meant to pick you off. You can't play a part now.
Oh, right now, got the catch onto Lifo, onto the back line, will be able to get the Truth Manta, never mind. They were caught in the trap, and in front Flick is just taking them down apart, disassembling the members. Buzz is gonna be next. It's a 3-4-3, a fight is not yet over. They still have a tank in front, so they can still fight this. It's a 2-4-2 for now, but Chiguri could be able to take down the top side tower. The Maple Dance was able to deny that takedown on that Vanguard on the top side, so this is good. They might be able to win this.
Yeah, they do get the turret, and of course, now with the Shadow Vanguard on the top lane, they don't have that creeps. I feel that they shouldn't overstay their welcome here. It's time to disengage, and if you overstay your welcome, that's your mistake. Team Max, they take my advice, they go away, and right now, it's just waiting for the rest of members. You need Kashimo, you need Bins. They were using their HP bars as a resource, and I love this coming out from Kashimo. He's never afraid to die, he's never afraid to make a bad play. You might be scolding him on the Guan Yu game just now, but he's always looking for this opportunity.
Yeah, and he was always looking for those plays, and I think right now he has an opportunity to go for. They have the Tyrant on their side. The board was able to catch Shigiri, but it's a way too far away, and nobody's there to start the fight.
Yeah, and that's the timing, right? The board has been used. As long as you know where Y20 is, I feel that they should have grouped up and kind of forced the objective here. They had two lanes pushing in. They could have gone for the bottom lane turret. They could have went for the mid lane turret as well, applied at least a bit of a pressure, and forced a team fight here. And this is what sets apart the good from the best. And if, let's say, it was in the hands of someone like Impunity, someone like Paz Gaming, they would be doing those steps right now, choking out the enemy jungle. But right now, they're splitting up.
Yeah, they're splitting. Right now, they're taking the fight. Shigiri got some damage. Tremor Smash. Not going to be flashing in just to get that knock up on the members of Team Max. Still very much alive here for Ultra Rare. They got the knock up on one, though. That's good. Y20 could be a good target. They're trying to get onto the backline. They got some damage in. Bottom lane tower is going to be down, and mid lane is going to be next. The minions are waiting.
Yeah, it's gonna take one crazy mistake for Team Max to lose this game. They have two tier 3 turrets, right? It is still match point for Ultra Rare Esports, so they are always looking for this opportunity. This is the point where they need to start worrying about Y20. He's at critical mass. He's gonna be able to one-shot you down. If Chigiri or Jiufang is out of position, Kenny and Y20, rest assured, they will take that chance to bite.
Yeah, they're looking for it. They're looking for a chance, but they don't have any vision, and not having any vision on your own side of the jungle is going to be pretty scary, and that's what they're looking for here for Team Max. Overlord is already up, and they are not positioning themselves on the top side of the map just yet, and Kenny might be in position to find something here.
Yeah, all that matters right now is just to keep Jiufang and Chigiri safe, right? As long as these two don't die, those are your mage and physical damage dealers respectively. If they are able to stay alive, Team Max is almost secure. It is their game to lose here. Ultra Rare Esports, they are trying to find these errors, trying to find a little hole in Team Max's entire setup.
Yeah, looking for it. I think Y20 kind of looking for anything that could come close to their side. 40 seconds on the clock, and Natashi is just playing guard here, just scouting out all the brushes so that there's no chance for Y20 to just get onto the backline. Right now, they have some flashes on their side. They got caught on the board, but it's not going to matter just yet. This push is still going to happen. And Team Max is just going to be taking down the last tier 3 turret, and that's it. That's one more down. Chigiri going to get caught up. Kashimo is just here positioned pretty well just to get that Truth Mantra on them. The Shadow Vanguard is going to be assisted towards the backline, and they got it. What a great knockup from their side, though. But Flick still alive, just getting some damage, but this map is over. I think this game is going to be taken by Team Max, and nobody on the side of Ultra Rare was able to fight back.
Yeah, we tied things up. I am so happy for Team Max, because if you lost that was totally on you, man. You had the draft, you had the map positioning as well. There were a lot of mistakes coming out from Ultra Rare Esports as well. Like, I was bashing a lot on Team Max, but if you take a look at their board usage, right? Their board usage was very disjointed from the rest of the team. It felt that you were using board very defensively, and it was never for the sake of a pickoff.
Yeah, and most of the time the board is just too far away for them to do something about it, which is why it was so hard for Ultra Rare to do something about those well-placed boards. I mean, the boards were able to take like 2 or 1 person every time, but they weren't able to do anything about it. They're too scared to move forward because they know that Chigiri, with how fed Chigiri is, they could take them down pretty easily.
Yeah, and this was a topic that was opened up yesterday, right? Where we talk about the eSing and the world is my board. How reliant are you on your ultimate as a character? And for Ultra Rare Esports, it seems to me like they are all reliant on their ultimate somehow, right? Not as much as Team Max. They have a lot of ability in and out of their ultimates to actually just extend team fights, use their HP bar as a resource. Because they have tankier characters, they just right click a lot harder. Meanwhile, for Flick, he fulfills that spot, but he does not have the setup to actually make him shine. 11-1, great job on this guy, but that setup was not meant for you to just get a level 1 and just win the game. No, you needed a tank.
Yeah, if they had a tank here on Ultra Rare Esports' side, I think it would have been way better for Flick. Because if they had a tank, they just need to play front to back, to be honest. Because Chiguri won't be able to take down that front line, but because there's no front line, Ultra Rare Esports just plays this assembled every time. It was so hard for them to find something there.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, I mean, they did a great job of trying to make things work. The board in the early game, they did punish a lot onto Jiggery, right? I said he died 3 times, and he was like 1 to 3 or something like that. And finally, he started coming through in the mid stages of the game. In later parts, of course, naturally, Team Max, they had the better setup. But the fact of the matter is, Zhou Fang, he was dealing so much damage, making sure that you can't join those team fights. And that's the beauty of the lineup. You can't take them on 5v5.
Yeah, and especially if you're playing a Lady Zhun, you usually expect her to just stop the engages from happening, especially from a Lamb, from a Ma Yin. It's not gonna happen whenever you have a Lady Zhun on their side. And also the wild growth from Bins, making it harder for them to position pretty well. It was just a lot of walls that they had to go through from Ultra Rare Esports' side for them to even reach Zhou Fang, for them to reach Chigiri. They had 3 people that they have to go through.
Yeah, and this is the case where, the Hatashi Lianpo, he did so much in the vision factor of spotting out where Y20 is, spotting out where Kenny is, because he can run into these bushes, and Y20 and Kenny, they are not going to engage onto Hatashi. That's the worst possible target, right? If you're a Lan player and you're a Yin player and you engage onto a Lianpo that is farmed in that stage of the game, you're not going to be able to burst him down, and it's going to cause your downfall because you're using key spells, you're using key utility that could have taken out their potential damage dealer, like Zhou Fang, who is the MVP of the game.
MVP of the game is going to be Zhou Fang with 32% damage taken at 9%, total gold at 18%, 4-11 on that KDA, and this guy has been so good. And this is what I like about a Lady Zhun pick. You really stop a lot of people from doing a lot of things with that mini stun from your passive. And you know what? It's so good, especially on what they did here for this game.
Especially for those of you guys that are learning how to play HOK better, you want to be better at the game, take a look at what these teams are doing, what they're doing right. Take what they're doing right very well, right? In the later stages of the game, Team Max, they grouped up, they make sure that Zhou Fang and Arlie were not dying. Especially on Chigiri and Zhou Fang, they were the main damage dealers. So if you're the role player and you're the clash laner, you can't give up your life. You look at how Kashimo was playing, potentially always trying to find that truth mantra. It was a well done positioning. You might lose your life, but doesn't matter if you win the war.
Oh yeah, that is really true. And as you were saying a while ago, Team Max, this composition really had a lot of way of doing things, and they aren't really reliant on their ultimate for them to work things out for the team, because it's so good. With what they did here, it was so good. They were trying their best to minimize the mistakes from their side, and they were getting a lot more kills every time. Usually whenever a fight breaks out, 3 for 2, and it's usually in favor of Team Max.
Yeah, there's a lot of low cooldown skills coming out, and Chigiri, you can push this advantage as much as possible because once your ultimates are down, they can't really respond, right? The board was used, right, trying to defend Lifo at that point, but Lifo at that point, you use the board, it's not enough. And I felt that the board usage from Ultra Rare Esports was a bit off. Like, if you take a look at this point in the game from now on, that board, every time it was used, it wasn't really utilized or capitalized on by Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, they weren't able to get any kills out of it, even though it catches somebody. Look at this. The boards that they have been doing, it was so good that it was good, but they don't know how to make use of the advantage that this board is going to take. This is one of those boards that they were able to make use
find Chigiri.
effectively. Yeah, it was able to find Chigiri, wasn't able to go anywhere. But other than that, most of it, not really that good.
Yeah, and I mean that board right there. I mean, who are you trying to catch? But definitely Team Max, they had their fair share of mistakes as well, right? Not going for these team fights, etc. And look at this. I mean, once again, like you do get the team fight here, but look at the HP bars of Ultra Rare Esports. They're extremely low, and they could have taken that team fight. If you take a look at Joe Fong, Bins, they were full HP at that point.
Yeah, and this is the point in where we were talking about it. Like, they just need to realize that they're the stronger team. Because if they didn't realize this at this point, they could have just backed off and just let Ultra Rare Esports win. This is the point in where they learned that they're stronger and they can take fights a bit longer than the other team.
Yeah, definitely their team fight really shines. And really, they were trying to set up very well for Y20, but now their positioning is a lot better, right? Joe Fong, Chigiri, they're spacing out from your peels, from your tanks. Bins, Kashimo, you might have given your life here, but it didn't matter because it led to this stage of the game.
Yeah, it was a very, very long game for both of our teams. I think both of our games, that game almost reached Tempest Dragon. But it was like 5 seconds before the Tempest Dragon was reached. But again, it was a nice game for both of our teams. We are on a 1-1, everybody. We're just going to be taking a short break. And after that, we're going to be going to Game 3.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush them! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit him hard!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit 'em hard!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys had a great break. This is your caster Moment, and join with me is Dash. We'll be bringing you the conclusion of Ultra Rare Esports up against Team Max, the Myanmar region against Cambodia.
Let's see if they will be able to take this. Actually, I was about to say at length, but no, it's already the last game. It is gonna be the last. Whoever wins will be taking the point here in this tournament, and you can take a look at what they picked from the past game. Those guys are not gonna be available anymore for the next one.
Yeah, if you take a look at permutations combinations, right, there's still a lot of strong picks in the pool, right? The Arlie might have been picked, the Channel might have been picked, but you can take a look at the other lanes, you can take a look at the Roam and the Clash. If you think about the Dolia lane combo, it hasn't been used yet. If you look at Ming Lady Sun for the side of Ultra Rare Esports, they can also play that. The Pei Byron has also not been touched by Team Max, so there are potential bans that you can see on both sides of the regions.
Yeah, there's still a lot of picks that they could go for here for the team, so it's still not the end of the world when it comes to the picks and bans. That's why it's good for best of threes. You can really pick something else for the third game because you don't really lose a lot on the amount of picks that you have. And right now, it's looking like both of our teams could still go for that for the next game. They didn't really lose a lot. Luing is still available, so they can still both pick it.
Yeah, definitely. They are looking to ban out those combos, however. And I feel that both teams, I mean, with the previous draft, I felt that Team Max, yeah, they have like mid-game decision jitters. I feel that, yeah, they are frozen by choices at that point, right? Whether we defend, whether we attack, whether we take the team fight, that's something that affects a lot of teams. But that's what defines a great team from a good team, right? Whether you are the best of the bunch or whether you are just mediocre. And Team Max, if they overcome that, I believe they can be better.
Oh yeah, Team Max, they just really need to find a way to let loose a bit. Because if they lose one person, it's okay to lose that one person. You still have a bit of damage and you would be able to pull through. Especially on most of the fights there that they were not willing to take. They can win those. And realizing that made them a bit more confident, and that push was enough for them to get that win in that game. And that's also the case here on that first game that they had. If they realize that they have the damage from Chiguri again on that game 1, they could have found a way to win that game 1.
Yeah, definitely they both have their openings at that point. And I felt that, yeah, maybe Ultra Rare Esports, they're a bit too reactive when it comes to kind of banning and drafting as well. Like, they had the E-Sing already, right? E-Sing, I mean, there's a lot of combo play potentials coming out with the World Is My Board. But I felt that they couldn't make use of that enough. And they were very reactive with that Agudo pick, going for that Lam. Yeah, Agudo gets countered out really hard by the Lam, but I was just saying, like, if Agudo dies at that point, does not matter to him that much, because all that matters is Arlie is getting the damage in. Chigiri as long as you're alive, it's fine because you're the main damage dealer, my friend.
Yep. Especially that's the reason why the Arlie is such a strong pick, because she could pretty much carry most of the fights by herself. Yes, she's very squishy, she's very easy to kill, but she can also get away from the fights pretty easily. And that's why Arlie is the most sought after marksman in this game, and getting that pick is always going to be good. And I think our players are armed and ready for this next game.
Yeah, and for Ultra Rare Esports, right, they still have that early pick available with the global ban pick and draft. I mean, Team Max, they don't have that early anymore, but they have to be aware that Ultra Rare Esports, they can actually pick it up. So Ultra Rare Esports, I mean, they want to ban away possibly the pay from the side of Team Max.
Yeah. I really love this. My Shiranui just getting banned here by Ultra Rare because it hasn't been picked yet by Team Max. So they're just going to be banning the early, right? Because right now, Ultra Rare still has that in their bag. They could definitely pick up the early for the first pick here. So yes, they do ban the early.
Yeah, the pay Byron combo is something that they need to watch out for too if they are scared of that early game. So Ultra Rare Esports actually taking out the main key, identifying the Dream Roam as a threat. So it might mean they're going for a similar gameplay style. Meanwhile, Team Max, they take out that Ogren. So they don't really want the frontliners coming out from Ultra Rare Esports.
Ooh.
But Ultra Rare Esports, they open up with that Dolia pick.
Dolia pick opens up a lot of possibilities, has a lot of river control and even vision for the team. So this is good. And also a bit of sustain, and that Celestial Melody is just going to be cherry on top here for their side. But Max was able to take that long, that Yuhu one, that actually denies a bit of the power of the Dolia, because those are what Dolia wants to be with. Those are the heroes that she wants to be with.
Yeah, and Ultra Rare Esports actually going for a very different style of gameplay. This is very similar to what Fearless Esports Hong Kong did, right? That long range burst with the Annihilation, with the Celestial Melody as well, and the Death at Sunset. I mean, not Death at Sunset, the Setting Sail coming from the Sun Tzu, who can actually provide a lot of disrupt as well. Max, I mean, however, they have a lot of sustain. If you think about it, Dun, Yuhuan, and Long, they can fight for days.
Yeah, and they have a lot of ways to get away. One button getaway cards with the Unruly Blade, the Unending Sorrow, the Infinite Fastness. Those are what they want to do here. But look at this though. What I like about what Team Max is doing is that they're denying all the picks that they want on the side of Ultra Rare Esports so that the Dolia would be effective. The Dun, the Yuan, the Infinite Fastness from that Long. It's not going to happen anymore because Team Max has already picked those.
Yeah, definitely. And with Gudo and Luna actually out, I mean, Ultra Rare Esports, right? They still can go for something along the lines of a Jing if they wish to go for this kind of playstyle, right? Yeah, it's definitely going to open that up. But for Team Max in general, it's more about sustainability. It's more about taking the fight, and they go for the Byron for themselves.
Oh, going for that Byron. Good setups though. They have the Byron, they have the Dun, they have a lot of ways to make sure that the Long would be able to get the damage in. One thing that I'm looking for here for their composition, if the U1 is going to be the roamer here, they need somebody in the mid lane that could deal sustained damage against the other team. So that's going to complete this composition for Team Max.
I have a very hot take for Team Max, right? If you put Dun on the Clash lane, and then you pick up a pay for yourself?
Where are you going to put the Byron then? The mid lane?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good take.
Support Byron? Support Byron?
Support Dun? Possible?
Support Dun, yeah. Support Dun. Yeah.
That's possible. They could do that. They could actually do that.
But
what you said a while ago, the Jing, very much needed. Because they needed somebody to make use of the space from the ult, and also an ult to reset. And that's really good. And with that, this is a good composition from the side of Ultra Rare Esports. The only thing that I'm kind of lacking in that department is the crowd control that could start it up with the Jing. The set sail is there, yes, but who will be keeping everybody in the mirror domain? That's the question.
It's gonna be a Yuan in the jungle, Princess Frost in that mid lane. Okay, so the thing is, right? Both of their team fights are very hard to execute. This is a very hard to execute team fight coming in from both teams. This is a high mechanic, like kind of setup for Ultra Rare Esports. They are not looking towards taking the team fights. They're looking to burst people down. They're looking to go for the macro gameplay. Set sail is not for the team fight. It's meant for more of disrupt and more of buying space for Jing and for Direnjie to get the map space. For Team Max, however, they're looking to sustain. They're looking for that team fight zone and they're looking to brute force as much as possible.
Yeah, one thing that I'm looking here for Team Max, they want to make sure that long sustained fights is what they go for, because they have a lot of sustain, they have a lot of ways of staying in the fight, and they want to take the fights longer. And picking up that Princess Frost was a smart pick, because against the Jing is not going to be staying in that mirror domain if you place that Winter is here on that domain. So it's going to be scary. I don't know if we do have the new and improved Jing, but if we do we do? Okay. That's good. I think right now it's a different mechanic compared to before.
Yeah, definitely. Now, the ability to swap out with the reflection, it's really good as well. Mirror Domain denies a lot of space. And of course, I think it's still bigger than Winter is here. So if you position yourself correctly, you can actually still deal damage with your reflection as much as possible. Yeah. So I feel that, yeah, at this point, Jing is a very scary pick, but at the same time, it's very squishy, yeah?
Yeah. If ever they find a way to deny the farm here of the Jing, if this was like Fearless Esports, if this was like a different team, Team Max already went and invaded that Jing. Because if you deny the Jing the early game, she's not going to be playing the game. She's going to have a hard time finding ways to get resources out of the map. But because they didn't do that, this gives space for the other team here to make use of it. Ultra Rare Esports would be able to use it.
Actually, with the done on the Clash lane and the Yuan, there's a possibility, right? That level of sustain, that level of tankiness, there could be an invasion coming in. I really like your line of thought there about invading the enemy jungle. Yeah, that could be a potential opening to actually just starve out the Jing as much as possible. Because the Jing invasion is not going to be backed up very well by Ultra Rare Esports, because they're going for those solo individual game style where, yeah, we need to win you at the lanes. We need to take our resources, and we need that net worth advantage.
Yeah, and that's what they want, though. That's what the Jing wants. Kenny, if he gets to level 4, he could start up and try to go for a fight at the Clash lane. Because if they deny the Byron the early game, which what Byron really wants to do every time, is they're going to be winning one lane already. The Sun Tzu would be able to sustain that lane, and they already won one. That's big advantage already for Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, I mean, at that point, they have to get the advantage no matter what. I still feel that with their lineup, it's a very mechanic and macro heavy lineup as well. You need map advantage, you need lane control, and you need to keep pushing no matter what. Even if you're losing, you need to make sure that you get a trade. If you're losing a hero, you gotta get a turret. If you're losing the Overlord, you gotta get the Tyrant. And that's gonna be 1-for-1, tit for tat. Ultra Rare Esports, they have to respond. But it is very pivotal here because this is winner takes all, right? Best of 3, we have reached the third game already.
Oh yeah, third game of the day. And this is just the first one that we've had so far in the tournament. I mean, it's been just 2 days, but it's the first 3-game series that we have here. So this is very interesting because these teams are very, very close when it comes to the firepower. And this is what we like, right? We like games like this that go the lengths just because of how great these players are at just being at each other's throats. And it's what's happening here in this game.
Yeah, and the learning process that comes from these long games as well. You get experience, you get stamina. There's been a lot of firsts today, right? First best of 3, we go to 3 series, the first Tempest game, and Ultra Rare Esports versus Max, they go the distance.
Oh yeah, and this game now, they're gonna be starting already, and with that pause, they probably needed a bit of talking here for the side of Team Ultra Rare Esports because they would need to think about what they do in the early game because they were given this opportunity. They were given an opportunity to get Kenny to level 4 and they could start the fight right now on the top side, but they were not successful with it.
Yeah, Kashimo not actually the key target of choice. He does still have that flash available, but the good thing is, right, Team Max, they have secured a lot of network spacing. And this is what the Yuan actually does, right? There is a lot of really good sustainability. Even on the support, it's a very flexible pick. And if, let's say, Don and Yuan are coming together, you're not going to be able to kill the Dun.
Yeah, and there's a lot of space that the Yuhuan will be able to get though. This is the scary part about the Yuhuan. The mournful tempo, there's this effect with the mournful tempo that all pro players are afraid of it. Even if they're inside the donut, they're afraid of it because the space that the Hatashi brings will be very scary.
Yeah, but that's the one of the key cons about being on support is that you lack the farm. But it all depends on that unending sorrow timing, right? Whether or not you're able to dash away or iframe away from those key mechanics coming out. The mirror domain, the annihilation. There's just so many things to watch out from ultra rare esports. So I just feel that ultra rare esports, high mechanic fundamentals indeed, right? Your set sail has to land perfectly and your disrupt has to come perfectly.
Yeah. There's a lot. It's going to be hard here because there's not really a lot of room for error here for ultra rare esports. Once they engage, they engage. And that's why they need to be very careful in how they start with the set sail. Right now, look at the space that Tatashi is buying. They're starting with what we said a while ago. They need to find a way to deny a bit of resource right out of Kenny. But they're not as successful as I thought they would be. Because they need to find this right here, right now on the top side. But they're not going to find this kill, right? They're just going to be found by Kenny. And here comes Kenny. Mirror Domain is going to be popped here. Damage going to be coming. Unending Sorrow was there to get the healing. And here comes the Emergence to get the double kill.
Yeah, and with that emergence, right, there's gonna be that threat of that man advantage. Suddenly that global presence is there, and this is what ultra rare esports is going for. We are always one member up. We might not have a tank, but we have more members than you. More members that are able to do damage, more members that have items. We're not creeps, we're heroes. And Joe Fong, he has his work cut out for him as a Princess Frost because his positioning has to be immaculate. His spacing gets caught out so easily. Princess Frost does not have the ability to get out.
Yeah, right now they're going to be starting. Pushes them back away with the Ride the Wind. They have the mournful tempo to get them space. That sail going to hit Tree in the back line. Yes, they were able to take the objective, but it doesn't matter. Everybody on the back has been taken down. 3 people are down for 1, but they're going to go for more. They're going to be chasing Kashimo right here in front. They are just going to be backing up, but that was still a 3-for-1 here for Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, and if you take a look at that team fight, Kashimo and Bins, right? They were full HP. They could have tanked that set sail. They could have done everything. It's a woulda, coulda, shoulda situation. But the fact of the matter is, Y20 was able to land it on the back line. It was so well used, and it was the 3 Sh's of Team Max.
Oh yeah, that's the most crucial one. Look at that. Vince was busy taking that Tyrant. He was taking it, and that's why, I mean, they got the Tyrant, which is good, but they lost 3 people for it.
Yeah, the segmentation of the team fight. Ultra Rare Esports maybe finally finding the tempo. Set sail is being used right now, though.
Oh, wow. What a great use of that set sail, denying the infinite fastness. I do think there's a lot more value in that infinite fastness because it's going to take 60 seconds. And Y20 will have that set sail in just 30, so he can do it again.
Yeah, Y20 definitely showing off on the Sunset just a little bit. He has been that main playmaker for Ultra Rare Esports in this game, and they still need a net worth advantage, right? Yes, they do have the Tiranjie. They do have a lot of damage. The emergence is being used, though.
Resplendence right now onto the backline. They have the creation and the annihilation. Completely annihilated one person. They have the set sail. They might be able to go for a U-turn and go for a re-engage. I can see it. Y20, here he comes. He's gonna drift out of the way, and that was just a feint, but no, they're not gonna continue. That was still a 1-for-0.
Yeah, they just want to take the team fights that they want to win, right? They want to take confirmed team fights. They're not going to take any 50-50s because Team Max, they have a very strong team fight lineup. Byron, he can fight for days. Joe Fong, he loves the team fight. He's going to set up so hard. And Chigiri, of course, he does very well on the sustain. But now they find these objectives. They keep finding the map objectives. They keep finding the man advantage as well. And while all this is happening, right? Flick, he has been untouched on the bottom side of the map.
Oh yeah, and again, Flick right now still on an advantage here just because he was not... Nobody was there against him. Everybody was on the top side. They were pushing bot and top side. That's why they are on a big advantage here. 2k gold lead at this point in the game is still a good advantage. Right now, Ultra Rare looking for a kill onto the top side. Goes in for the flash. Might be able to surprise him, but at least they use the infinite fastness already. A bit too front here for Chiguri, but they're not going to be able to chase that down.
And with that happening, right, Flick is going for that mid lane push, but a very good response coming out from Team Max here. Just jumping onto him, providing the threat of the damage. But look at that, he's get frozen.
Oh, yeah, got the freeze. Winter is here, is going to be here, slow him down, and Desert Splendence to Annihilation was still able to win it in the end.
Yeah, man advantage is always going to be the key. Ultra Rare Esports, they have the mobility to play with the members of Team Mac. If you are not together as 5, if your formation is slightly incorrect, which means Jiu Fang, he was incorrect because he was going for the kill. I'm not going to fault him there because he wanted to get the kill onto Flick. It was actually good. You use that flash away from Flick. But that just means you're out of position. And Ultra Rare, they punish that.
They're getting really pressured here. Right now, Team Max doesn't really need to move much. They need to take the big fight, though. If they are going to be going for 1v1s, it's not going to work out with this composition alone because they might be lacking on the damage department because they need Chiguri to get like 2 or 3 items before they are able to fight. 5 seconds in the Tyrant, and they could start this anytime.
Yeah, they need to find the rotations where they hit the sweet spot of the creeps not being a factor, right? And Ultra Rare Esports, they've done a great job with the lane priority. With the bottom lane being pushed, they use the set sail to apply the pressure, they take the Tyrant, and now they go for the middle turret.
So smart, another set sail has been used here for the team. Y20 right now just gonna be backing away. Just put some pressure on some of the members here of Team Max, and they aren't able to touch Ultra Rare so far.
And why do they back away? Because, you know, Kenny's on the top lane. He's doing the macro advantage. He's getting that macro advantage. And with that right now, they keep their 2,000 net worth advantage, despite the fact that they got the overlords. There was no lane pressure. Now the top lanes, bottom lanes are crashing as well. They're looking for this middle lane turret here. But Team Max, actually, they can defend as 5, and they will win this if they do defend it.
Forcing out the infinite fastness pretty early. And we have the Celestial Melody here from Law, so they can use it again this time around. Right now, Kenny gonna be ready for it. Annihilation has been used. Y20 looking for a setup here onto the front lines. Would be able to get the knock up on 1, and that's 1 dead. Bins is out of commission.
Yeah, Bins is out. Hitachi was not in position. And that was just Kenny in the back, making sure that the backline was threatened, then swap positions with his reflection. Very well done. And we can start to see why Jing is one of the top few priorities in the KPL, right? In the Chinese region, it's one of the top few priorities. But in Southeast Asia, now it's receiving a lot of love.
Oh yeah, that is true. Right now, it's looking like respect for Kenny. A while ago, Luna has been banned, Jin has been banned on that second game, and letting that go was quite a mistake here for the team. I mean, Kenny has been putting a lot of pressure on the other team so far, and the Tyrant is going to be taken. It's a shadow variant of this Tyrant, and nobody is here to contest. But one thing that I'm surprised of is that Ultra Rare, they're not going to go for the contest on the other side. But no, never mind. Set sail has been used. They're going to be going in. They're going to try to maybe cut off some rotations here. The exit points are not available just yet, but they use that set sail to just push them away because Kashimo is going to be down.
Yeah, Byron spotted out of position. Another set sail available.
Oh, it's another set sail. Mirror Domain right in front of the turret. They go to the back line. They go for more. They got the knock-up. This is good, but Y20 going to be the target. Would he have enough damage? No, he's going to be dead. He's left alone, and nobody was there to help him out.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Y20, I mean, he's just making space as much as possible. If you get these turrets, it's still in your favor. The macro advantage is always in your favor. And look, Kenny's level.
Yeah, actually, that's all good. Level 14 to level 12 on Bins. That's such a big advantage here for the side of Ultra Rare Esports. It's not a good look here for Team Max. They've been losing a lot of the fights. They haven't been taking any battles. And we talked about this a while ago. Team Max needs to learn when they should be taking these fights. Right now, they don't have any vision, and they're just giving it all to Ultra Rare.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, now that middle turret was so important, but they couldn't defend it. Right now, Annihilation is going to be dealing a lot of damage because Ultra Rare Esports, they're going to consistently have vision on them, and that's very important for a Nuwa. And who's providing that vision? The lane pressure, the creeps consistently. Sun Ce, Y20, he was on the bottom lane. It's crashing into the turret right now. If they challenge this Shadow Overlord, doesn't matter. They lose to tier 2.
That's true. They're losing a lot there. Right now, they're going to be challenging it, but Kenny is just going to be swapping with the clone. And this is going to be taken. No vision right now. They're going to try to set it up. They're so far away, but they're kind of afraid of taking this battle. Right now, Team Max, we're not seeing where they are, though, but they're getting a bit of vision from the side of Team Max here, but nobody's starting this Overlord.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, I mean, they just want to go for a bait play, just waiting for the opportunity to bounce here. 10-2 will be the scoreline, but they want to cement their advantage. Bottom lane, ready pushing it.
Backline though, that's that Sail was able to hit on 2. That's big with the Annihilation, get the damage on them, and the emergence is there also to maybe find the backline, but so far 2 people have been dead for the side of Ultra Rare Esports, and this is not a good look for the team. They need to back away. They need to give this to them, and that was a fight won by Max. So far, that's their first.
Yeah, and this is where Max shines, right? 5v5, you try to get a set sail on the back line again and again. Yes, sure, you might hit the boat, but definitely it's to a point where the riding the wind coming out from Chigiri, there's a lot of disrupt there. Joe Fong provides a lot of disrupt too.
What a great emergence there. What a great play coming in from their side, from the side of Ultra Rare, but they're gonna be dead for sure. Nice try to take it, but let's take a look at this replay again. Never mind.
I mean, it's okay. Lifo got a 1-for-1 trade, yeah, but at what cost?
Yeah.
Because Lifo has so much lane pressure, lane clear potential. With the Annihilation, you can also clear lanes instead of trying to find snipes. Now, with the Vanguards pushing in, there's a lot of map control going towards Team Max, which brings me to the question, why aren't they grouping up with Bins right now to try and find something with the Shadow Vanguard?
Yeah, they need to find something. Right now, they need to go for pushes here for the side of Team Max, and Ultra Rare Esports won't be there to actually challenge them because Team Max, at this point, with the advantage that they got from that win, it's all going to be good space, but the set sail is already there. They found the perfect target. That's a dead one. Joe Fong won't be able to do anything, and they have another. They threw it in front of them. With the Resplendence, they don't have anywhere to go. All the exit points have been cut, and that is a very dead Bins. They tried their best to win that battle, but they're at a loss. Bins is going to be down. 3 people are over. Mid lane tower is going to get taken down, but at what cost? They can push again for the side of Ultra Rare.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, they won't have that map priority to push. They go for the Shadow Tyrant instead. And what I really like about them is that Team Max, right, they went for that lineup of a team fight, but they found a hole. Joe Fong, I told you, he is going to be that guy that they need to catch no matter what, and he is not going to survive these ganks. If set sail lands on him, multiple, there's gonna be a lot of damage gone for the side of Team Max.
Yeah, remember, there's 2 set sails every time. Y20 is free to do this every time because Celestial Melody is available for Law, and it's gonna be really hard for Team Max to even react. Okay, good thing. He has Splendor now. That's good. That's what he needed in order for him to survive a bit of the pressure. Then he would be able to throw in the Winter is here. So at least that's 1 down.
Yeah, that map advantage coming out from Team Max, though. I mean, they did get that top lane turret going, and right now it's all about who gets to tier 3 first, right? Both teams are looking to push into the enemy's bases, feeling each other out. But Team Max, they have a clear, sustained setup, and this is where they start to shine, especially if the Yuan is not able to get focused down. So Yuan, Jiu Fang, the magic damage dealers, and the sustain coming out, super important. So Ultra Rare, if you don't find those, it's not a go team fight. You gotta go for macro.
Yeah. They got topside though. They already found Kashimo. Emergence gonna be slowing him down, but it's not gonna get the kill just yet. Good thing he was able to storm strike and flash away.
Yeah, and this was off of great timing as well. 2 lanes were pushing in, so they wanted to force a team fight there. Kashimo probably would not have died even without the flash usage as well, but what would have mattered is that tier 3. That's the main objective. That's the main goal that they're going for. Now, 12 seconds away before the Shadow Overlord spawns, and lane priority, super important, right? You gotta shove the waves out, make sure you have the vision, and make sure that the enemy team goes back to defend.
Yeah, good thing that Kashimo was there in the bot side just to clear out the wave in order for them to have like advantage here on this Overlord fight. Set sail has been committed. They're looking for the backline. They already found Jill Fong, and they're trying their best to maybe move the set sail around so they get the backline, but it's not gonna work out so far. They have one more try. They went in with the Unruly Blade. Onto the backline they go. They got the kill really fast on Natashi, and they have been able to breach the front line, and that's so good here for Ultra Rare Esports. They got the win already. Y20 being chased by Kashimo. The 1v1 is not gonna work out. They win in the end. He will be able to go away from this. The Storm Strike is gonna knock up 3 people. One force field suppression could actually get the kill, but no, it was not able to do so. They have the Shadow Vanguard, and they might be able to get some pushes.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, they did get Hatashi and Joe Fong. Those were the 2 prime targets. Team Max, they were set up for the team fight, but bleeding in the positions, now bleeding in the map position. Now, they're gonna start losing these tier 3 thirds, because Chigiri, he does not have infinite vastness here.
Yeah, the emergence from Revo have been very, very good. That's the reason why people have been really afraid of committing to 1 foot. Wait, he got the hit on Shigiri. Sage's Sanctuary has been popped. Oh no.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge coming out for Ultra Rare Esports. Now, Team Max, they don't have that secondary life on Jiggery. He will have the eject button now. He will have infinite fastness for the next team fight. But still, that's a huge resource gone. 58,000 to 52,000. Team Max, they're still in this, though. If they can find a clean team fight, if Hatashi and Joe Fong does not get picked off, then they can still win.
They can get the Tyrant. Do they have the Primal Bond still? No, they don't have it anymore. This is gonna be good. At least right now, they would be able to take this, find the fight. But right now, Team Max has other plans. They are looking to go for the fight here. Still have an ending sorrow on Hatashi. He's still not on critical HP, so he doesn't need to use it just yet. They are trying to take this as fast as they could because they have vision here from the side of Team Max. Might be able to go for the contest, but they are not gonna continue.
Yeah, the reset has been called, but the lane pressure mounts, right? Ultra Rare Esports, they still can't do this for days just because of the fact that they got the tier 3s. Now, Set Sail has been used. It's going to be a bit more dangerous.
Gonna push back a lot of the members here. Bins a bit too late on that positioning. That was a fast reset there, just using the platform just to get back as fast as they could for Kenny. And with this Tyrant, they have advantage also in that Tempest fight.
Yeah, that's going to be a 90-second buff, which will bleed into that 20-minute. And now Team Max, right? They're at a crossroads here. Do they contest this Tempest Dragon here? Because my decision-making would be, yes, you have to fight them as 5. Despite the fact that they got the Tempest buff, doesn't matter. You still have the superior lineup in that 5v5. You got to take it, but the key target has to be on Flick. It has to be on Lifo and Kenny. You don't touch Law, you don't touch Y20.
That's true. They need to be very careful about it because most of the time Y20 was the one starting the fights. Whenever he gets a good set sail, that is when the fight starts. Like this, forcing the flash out of Kashimo is very important because they can go in with a mirror domain. That's a lot of damage coming through. That's one person dead. Chigiri's gonna be next. He used the infinite fastness to go away, and this is a fight that they've won out of just one mistake from Kashimo.
Yeah, Kashimo overextending his reach just a little bit, trying to do the macro work, trying to find another angle, but Ultra Rare Esports, this is their time, right? Tempest Dragon is not going to be challenged. Now the lane priority just builds up so much, and Team Max definitely not able to defend this, but that Tempest Dragon is still a tanky boy.
Yeah, it's taking so much time though. I thought they're gonna finish this as fast as they could, but no. At least now they have a bit of damage, and here it is. They're gonna be taking this Tempest Dragon, and they have advantage to finish this game.
Yeah, 3 waves of orange dragons, right, spawning. That deals so much damage to your team members and to your structures as well. That's a handed advantage for the side of Ultra Rare Esports. Currently, they are looking on the cusp of victory here.
Oh man, he's throwing out those annihilations left and right. He doesn't even care at this point. And that's why it's very scary to fight against that, right? Because right now, even Chigiri could get bursted down just by one combo from Lifo, he's just at that point in the game. This tower is gonna get taken down, and there was no answer here from Team Max.
Yeah, the Matrix being used to just try and find somewhat of an engagement here. But now all three dragons, they're going to be crashing
A lot of damage,
in.
though. Ooh, that was scary. Flake was able to go in. That's a lot of damage coming into the back line. They force a Splendor out of the way. Jiu Fong is going to be dead in just a bit. They have the Sage of Sanctuary, though. They're going to go in. Might be able to take some damage. But Flick would be able to get the kill on Vince here in front. But on the other side, the White 2-0 going to be next. They have the Sage of Sanctuary. But right now, Kashimo is making work off the back line. Making sure that they're not comfortable in their position. It's still a 4v4. They're close to their tower, so they will be able to get taken down. Look at that. What an emergence play coming in from their side. They're going for more, pushes them away. Unending Sword to get some healing for the team, but Annihilation was able to pop the Sage's Sanctuary out of Kashimo's hand, and this game is over because Ultra Rare Esports will be able to take this game.
Extremely close ending as well. It was a nail biter of a series. All three games could have went to anyone, but Ultra Rare Esports triumphed the BO3 in a 3-game fashion. We went to a tiebreaker. Now they finish it up 2-1. Congratulations to them.
What a great play. What a great performance here from the side of Ultra Rare Esports. Very well deserved from that last game. They were able to give everybody from their side the resources that they need, especially Lifo. Lifo was doing a lot of work in that game.
Yeah, and of course, Lifo on the new I mean, definitely with that Celestial Melody, right? Able to deal so much damage in the back. And Hatashi, I mean, at that point, you're able to reach critical mass. I feel that, yeah, what we see here in the global region, Hatashi on the Rome Yuhuan, I still would like to prefer him on that core role. Like, what we see in the Chinese region is completely different. Yuhuan on that middle lane and picking up that Princess Frost. Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot of damage, but there's a very clear lack of setup from Max Esports.
Yeah, it was really hard for them to do what they want to do here for the team. And also remember, we talked about it during the start of the game. What they needed to do is find a way to deny Kenny on that level advantage. And look, later on, we're gonna see Kenny always had like a 2-level advantage against Vince the whole game. And that's a scary jig. And even though he was not the best player in this game, it was a scary matchup because they won't be able to take the objectives because of that level advantage.
Yeah, definitely Ultra Rare Esports, they do triumph in terms of mobility, in terms of finding those gaps as well. They consistently found the openings onto the Lady Frost, and they consistently find that opening onto the Yuhuan as well, right? Princess Frost, he could not stand a candle into the game. Winter is here. Sure, it was used very well, but there was no setup for him.
Yeah, there was no setup for everybody to soak in that damage. That's why it was really scary for them to do anything. I mean, it is the same thing for Team Max. The problem there is that they don't take fights. They needed to take fights early on in that game. If they did, Lifo wouldn't be reaching that critical mass. Lifo wouldn't be getting this MVP because in the early game, that is when you take down the Nua as fast as you can so that you won't get resources. But the MVP still goes to Lifo, 7-1-12, 36% damage dealt with a 15% damage taken and a total goal of 20%.
Yeah, I mean, total goal, 20%. Well, when you give Nua that much gold, the ability to deal damage just becomes so much easier, right? Because with the amount of vision that Ultra Rare Esports gets, that Annihilation is gonna be able to deal it for free with the Celestial Melody combo. It's just wave after wave after wave. Even mattered in the later stages as well. He was consistently able to keep them extremely low.
Yeah, and also we have to talk about how Ultra Rare Esports was tackling most of these fights. The emergence was used almost exclusively to cut off rotations. They used it to cut off exits. Look at this. Like what he's doing here, he's cutting off a lot of the exits.
That man advantage was always secured.
Yeah.
Lifo, I mean, at that point, it just feels to me like Team Max, your positionings were exposed.
Yeah, it was always the case. Look at this. The emergence used again, cut up the exits, get the kill. Lifo is just so good at managing that, especially those big fights. He's not afraid of taking on the damage against the members here of Team Max.
Yeah, I mean, Team Max at that point, right? They weren't able to respond at all. Zhou Fang out of the map. Mirror Domain just being there. You don't have that control anymore with the Winters here. I mean, if you're not able to burst down Kenny at that point, Kenny's gonna just tear a new one in your back lines.
That's true. And Y2O has been let loose a lot this game. The set sales getting like 2 people, 3 people in the back line. It was always the case. And it was so hard for them to play the game because they always have to think about what they're going to be doing against that set sale. Yes, I mean, Bins and Kashimo could tank it, but most of the time, he always finds that entry point on the back line, and it always works.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's so good, right? That emergence to cut off those plays,
Yes.
that's something that we see a lot when we talk about teams in the other regions, globally as well, right? Nuwa is so good at cutting it off. And thing is, ultra rare esports, they aren't gonna be able to do that. It's just a clear net worth advantage to the point where it becomes a luxury to the point where it's the emergence to cut people off instead of add damage.
That's true. It's because you were so fed. At that point, I think Lipo is so fed, so that's why he doesn't really care on going to the back line because he knows that nobody would be able to take him down pretty fast. And these fights, very good. Very good plays coming in from the side of Ultra Rare Esports. I was surprised this game took so long because I thought the whole game, they had the biggest advantage here for Ultra Rare, but it was just like a 5k to 6k gold lead.
Yeah, it was. Team Max, they did respond very well, right? I felt that the lack of decision making from them into taking these team fights because they did have their power spikes. They did have moments where they could have re-engaged with the infinite vastness and it could have been a different story altogether. But the amount of annihilation damage coming through consistently, the amount of range damage coming out from the new wall, taking out Zhou Fang here, just led to the opening towards their base because currently there's no Princess Frost defending. There's no more lane clear.
Yeah, there was a moment of brilliance here for the side of Team Max, but it's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate that they weren't able to capitalize on the advantage that their composition should have worked with. That is just really sad. But again, it was good advantage here for the side right now of Ultra Rare Esports getting a 2-1 on their side. But now let's take a look at the standings and what are we standing with for the teams. Look at that. 4 points for Fearless Esports. It's because they had the most games here for most of the teams.
Yeah, and they did win their games 2-0 as well. That nets you the most points in the WKS. So you do get 2 points for every 2-0 win, and they're currently 4-0, so they're 4 points. And if you lose a game, you minus a point, right? That's why we see Paradise Esports currently at 0 points. But Impunity Esports, they have only played 1 game so far, and they've shown that they're a team to watch.
Yeah, and this is a very scary position to be in, especially for, look at the top 3. Those teams are the strongest right now, and I think they're going to be staying the strongest in this region because they have been here even during the last time Fearless, Impunity, and Pause Gaming. They always are fighting for that top 1 position, and I want to see, I think, tomorrow is going to be one of the fights. It's Fearless versus Impunity, and I'm kind of excited for that.
Yeah, Fearless versus Impunity is going to be those 2 top dogs, the number 1 and number 2 seed, currently at day 2, going at each other, right? And this is going to be very interesting in the power setting as well, because Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they don't know where they stand against Impunity Esports. So this will be their first time meeting as that new organization. And in Impunity Esports, they're looking to reclaim that throne of that number 1.
Oh yeah, they need to take number 1. And with what they showed a while ago, I think it's possible. I just want to see who's going to be winning for tomorrow's game. I mean, the next one that we're going to be seeing was probably going to be Pause Gaming versus Fearless, and it's all going to be in the last week. So we're not going to be seeing that yet. So for now, it's still going to be good. We're still going to be waiting for the teams to fight against each other because it has been such a good day here because at least we had like a 3-game series on that last one.
Yeah, definitely both teams having a great time as well.
Yeah, and again, everybody, thank you so much for watching together with us here. It's been a while, it's been a long day, but again, don't forget to watch tomorrow's games. We still have a series tomorrow, 3 series for tomorrow. So again, we have been your shoutcasters. My name is Dash, and I was here with Moman, and this was such a great day. Thank you very much for watching.